for all your garage door needs. Call American Platinum Door and Gate 24/7 at 440-497-6213. Guardians 1 out away from beating the Cardinals last night. However, Juan Brito fielding there, that opened the door for St. Louis to tie things in the ninth. Cardinals end up winning in the 10th, 6-5. Skipper Steve Voda on his message he had for Brito after that costly error.
Keep your head up. It happens. You gotta work and get better. He's gonna keep playing. It's a big moment and a tough lesson for him, but it happens. And we talk all the time about things that shouldn't or couldn't or can't happen, but they do. And the kid's in his 6th game in the big leagues and had a tough play.
Tim Herron giving up a game-winning sac fly in the 10th. Kate Smith allowed the game-tying run in the 9th inning as the series will wrap up this afternoon. Cavaliers back on the practice floor later on this morning. Get ready for their first-round matchup against Toronto. Cavs are going to be starting things off on Saturday afternoon at Rocket Arena. Meanwhile, the rest of the schedule for the series was announced early this morning. Game 2 in Cleveland Monday night. Game 3 in Toronto Thursday, April 23rd. Game 4 in Toronto going to be happening Sunday afternoon, April 26th. Meanwhile, the play-in games last night in the East, Charlotte beat Miami in overtime, 127-126, and Portland knocking off Phoenix in the West, 114-110. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next now for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
Baseball, basketball, and the Browns. It's why you need the afternoon drive. Weekdays starting at 2. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
And so Mason Wynn is the last hope for the Cardinals as Cade Smith tries to nail it down. And the 3-2 hit on the ground a second. Brito has it go through him. And the Cardinals are still alive on the error by the second baseman. That goes to the backstop, and now the tying run is in scoring position. And the 2-0. Pozo with a line drive base hit right center field. That'll tie the game. It goes all the way to the wall. He's into second base now with a winning run.
Oh, boy.
And there's the ball to right field. Martinez will gather. He will throw. Here comes the winning run. And he is safe as the ball rolls 3. And the Cardinals win it.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Guardians TV. I'm not blaming Cade Smith. I don't think it's his fault. 216-474-0092.
It's the worst loss.
It is the worst loss of the year. I'll agree with you on that. But, well, explain it. I think I know where you're going, but you're going to have to explain that because they just lost 13-1 to the to the Atlanta Braves. So you have to explain.
Austin Hedges pitched.
Yeah, and Austin Hedges pitched in that game Sunday night. A lot of you went to bed, and I wouldn't have blamed you. Explain why it's the worst loss of the year. I think I agree with you, but you're going to have to just give a reason. Show your work.
Yeah, that felt like,
according to somebody,
like it felt like a total just blown game that in your mind, there's certain games where in your mind you have chalked it up.
Yeah.
You've done what you're never supposed to do in sports, which you're never supposed to count the chickens before they hatch. But in baseball, because of the time of night it was, I think you're starting to, your eyes are getting a little dreary. They're starting to close up. You're going to bed with the feel goods, right? Mm-hmm. Like you've chalked it up as another victory. You've won the series already, the first 2 games. You're in command. It's 5-2. Then it's 5-4. You have 2 outs in the 9th, and you find a way to lose the game.
Yep.
That's why, to me, it felt like the loss of the year.
I think I agree. Because when it's 13-1 and Austin Hedges is pitching in the 8th, you're like, well, today's not our day. Let's go to bed and make tomorrow a better one. And they did. They won, on Monday. So you could just kind of throw it up and that's it. That last night, that sucks. The boot by Juan Brito, if we're doing blame, and you always do blame with a loss. All right, if I'm not going to blame Cade Smith, who do I blame? Well, I got to blame Juan Brito. Sorry. Nobody on, 2 out, 5-4 game. You slugged it out. Joey Cantillo battled again. I love Joey Cantillo. Mm-hmm. God, do I love Joey Cantillo. Battled it out again. Gave him a chance to win. You had a chance. And it just seemed like the unraveling happened. And I know I'm going to hear about the wild pitch. And I know I'm going to hear about the base hit afterwards. And I know I understand it. I totally get it. But and Cade Smith is the pitcher. But I'm going, man, you get something like that. You already got a guy who's he's young. He's fighting off the yips. We need Cade Smith to fill that role, guys. So this is why I compared him to Andre Schmidt, where it's like you're gonna have to go with the ebbs and flows and hope that he clicks and things are gonna be okay. So I got to compare him to a kicker and say, well, tomorrow's gonna be another day. And if we're in the bottom of the ninth and it's a 3-2 game this afternoon, I'm putting Cade Smith back out there.
Of course.
Okay, just so we're all clear. Like, how many pitches did Cade Smith end up throwing?
One too many.
Well, I'm just
Stop. Yeah, 18.
Okay, then I'm putting Cade Smith back out there. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
I want to make sure it was like a 35 pitch inning, and we're like, okay, he's not pitching today.
It's one of the things you learn very early on in baseball, especially fielders, young fielders. What do they always say? You play the ball. You don't let the ball play you. Mm-hmm. And in that case,
let the ball play
he
him.
got swallowed up.
Yeah.
He just was standing back there praying that it didn't take a bad hop, and then it did.
I don't want to turn this into Juan Brito as enemy number one. Because this is what, Owen, you can say what you want to. This is what's happening here. You know this is what's happening. This is what's happening. Because Gabby Arias was not terrible this year. I know he had a couple of brain farts, but he's good defensively, and his bat speed is in the 95th percentile. Okay, you guys want baseball? You got baseball. Here you go.
That's nitty-gritty.
That's as nitty-gritty. I'm almost. I hope Stephen Vogt, who calls me football guy, is listening to this. He's not.
Oh, and did you
know? I
know
hope they play it for him.
Did you know at 6:08 this morning Ken would go into seam head talk?
Somebody wake up Curtis Danberg and tell him to play this for Stephen.
Ken knows baseball.
Oh, I'm a baseball guy. Hey, if I'm going to watch it, and I've been watching the hell out of it, I'm telling you, like, again, Doug Minkiewicz, I am having a renaissance these last 4 years. Yes.
It was just, it's fate that yesterday having discussion with a buddy on why Juan Brito came up and not Bazana, and the reason that it did, and it involved Gabe Arias and, them not wanting to DFA him,
and that's it
when he comes back, and it's a long list. But then Brito goes out, and if he knocks it down, he's still got a chance to make a play at first.
You just said it. His name is not Travis Bazana. Yep. Anybody who is up the middle, whose last name is not Travis Bazana, is dead to a lot of fans. That's all they are. If Gabby Arias is up there, what are we doing Gabby Arias up here? Like, Brian Rocchio's a try-hard. Got nothing wrong with Brian Rocchio. He's okay over there. You've had to move some guys around.
Well, if Arias doesn't get hurt, Rocchio's at second last time.
There you go. So you would have Rocchio at second. It's a mistake. The ball swallowed him up. He's a pro. These things happen. So if I'm blaming anybody, I got to blame Juan Brito, but I'm not going to sit there and bag on Juan Brito and do the whole thing just because I know the fans want Travis Bazana out here. I'm not going to do that. It sucks. They lost. It's a bad way to lose a game. It's terrible. Honestly, it's like a movie. Like it really is. It's like when things are going really, really well in a sports movie, and then like all of a sudden one play leads to a bad pitch, leads to a hit, leads to a tie, and then things go straight to hell.
Well, you
lost the game.
Okay, but that was the 12th game. Okay, Cantillo, 2 runs or less, 2 earned or less.
Yeah.
12 straight games. What an incredible streak he is on. So you squander that. You squander a game in which Manzardo and Bo Naylor account for 3 hits.
How many more times this year?
When is that going to happen again this year? So that really stinks. And obviously, Jose led the game off. Just put one in the porch, pulled one right over. So was able to keep that fair. You just felt like that was a win. And in your mind, as you're going to bed, the games that you clock as, that's a dub.
Another series win?
Yeah, well, you get ahead of yourself. Yeah. And now you feel like you got to scratch and claw and make up ground for that because of the way you punted it.
No, just go out there and win today. That's all you got to do. Go out there, take her easy. Don't freak out like what sounds like I'm about to do because I'm talking the way I'm talking. I understand that. Don't freak out. It's Slade Ciccone on the mound today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying not to freak out.
Sobrowski looked mortal for the first time.
Yeah. He hey, you know what? It's the way it goes, okay? But I'm not going to turn this into a big bag on Juan Brito thing just because his name isn't Travis Bazzana. I'm not going to do that. It happens. It's a bad day. If I'm blaming anything, I have to put the blame on Juan Brito. Regretfully, I'm not going to put it on Cade Smith. We got to work things out with Cade Smith.
Full game back of the Twins now.
And no, okay, well, it's April 15th.
You're looking up at the leaderboard.
No, I'm just going to say it's April 15th. It's April 15th. You better knock it off right now. And no, and I already see my phone lighting up. I'll say the quiet part out loud. I'll beat you to it. It's not just because Cade Smith's dad is definitely listening and watching our clips. It's not that.
No.
It has to be that.
It's not. Why would it be that? Why would I be afraid of Cade Smith's father?
Because every other clip, because you did it to Clase. I know his name's Mud right now.
Well, is his family going to come beat me?
I would think they might be more likely.
Fair point. It's a fair point. However,
in fact, Ken, I'd bet on it.
But isn't that it? That I was harder on the guy who might actually come find me and beat me than I am on Cade Smith, who I don't think would come find me and beat me? No, exactly. So champions pose on that. Champions pose. And I thank Cade Smith's dad for watching our clips and listening to the show. And that's why I'm not why, but I'm thankful that he listens and watches. And I'll say this in case he's listening and watching. I ain't giving up on your son yet. I'm not blaming it on him. Nothing wrong with that, right?
Let the record show.
Nothing wrong with that. Let the record show, not put it on him. Hopefully they'll be up 2-1 or 3-2 or whatever today. Run them out there. Don't let Juan Brito have an error. Don't let the baseball gods do something bad and let the ball swallow them up. And let's just get out of there with a win. And we head on back home as we continue a very, very, very long way of playing baseball where we don't have a day off until next Thursday. Boy, they got a lot of games in a row. Holy potato salad. You're going to get a rain out in the middle of that somewhere? Hopefully not at home since it's a homestand coming up, but you get what I'm pointing out here. That's all. 216-474-0092. I got something to point out for everybody here. You can, of course, listen to live draft coverage next Thursday at 8 p.m. right here on The Fan, your flagship home for Cleveland Browns football. We'll be live with the draft coming up at 8 p.m. next Thursday. However, we do have at least a four-game schedule. Hopefully, we don't need any more than that. We'll hopefully sweep the Toronto Raptors. However, we do have a four-game schedule here. 1 o'clock Saturday. The schedule came out last night. 1 o'clock Saturday. You knew that. That's on Prime. Tickets as low as $41 to get in, by the way.
Oh, there you go. So affordable.
This is just the ESPN printout that John got.
Playoff tickets.
Affordable. Well, Game 2 on Monday at 7 p.m. This is at home, Rocket Arena. This is on Peacock. Mm-hmm. That's tickets as low as $33.
Okay.
Not bad. At Toronto. Toronto is the New York City of Canada.
That's right.
All right. 8 o'clock, Prime Video. Got 3 of 4 are on subscriber services, on streaming service. I know a lot of people have Prime, so maybe Prime doesn't count. Tickets as low as $93. First time they've been in the playoffs in 4 years.
Well, they have the whole Jurassic Park right outside the venue, which they made famous when they were going on their playoff runs.
Oh, is that the
year.
Fans that are going nuts?
Yes, outside.
That's what they call Jurassic Park.
They had the entire thing every time. It was like the NBA Finals in the first round.
What do we call ours? Is it just Mall something, Mall B, or the Watch Party?
I don't know if it had an official name.
Should we think of a name?
Will it have curse words in it?
No.
Okay. Implied curse words?
Do they have curse words in it now?
No.
Oh, there are implied naughty words as part of the new campaign for your wine and gold. Implied, because it's a family show.
It's the implication.
It's the implication.
That's right.
So
it's not just let them know.
It's let
them implied know?
It's let them asterisk $, percentage sign.
Oh, there's implied cuss words in there.
You can go wherever you want with it. Who's to say?
Let them boat shoes know.
That's right.
Okay. Just letting everybody know that. So Thursday, April 23rd at Toronto, 8 p.m. Prime Video. Tickets as low as $93, and then 1 p.m. next Sunday, the Sunday after, April 26th. At Toronto, 1 p.m. On ESPN. Then you would play Wednesday, the 29th, Friday, the May 1st, Sunday, May 3rd. To be determined if those games are needed.
So we have
a
head-to-head NFL draft and NBA Cleveland Cavaliers playoff night.
Yes.
What time does the draft start?
8
again?
o'clock.
And our coverage?
8 o'clock.
Well, we'll have coverage all
Draft
day,
starts at 8.
basically.
Draft starts at 8.
Comprehensive team
We
coverage.
will have comprehensive team coverage.
So you'll have to have your 2 TV setup.
Well, if it's
You're vaunted.
I'll admit this. If it's a 2-0 series, how many people are just watching the draft? Especially since the game's on Prime.
Yeah, and then, if the game's close, you'll
If it's 2-0 Cavs series, you're just going to watch it. You'll watch the draft. And if the game's close, you might check in. Now, it's not like the old days. I know we used to do the old either or. I mean, technically, you can do both.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a television setup with Extend Technologies and Broadview Heights. I know you can do both. You can always just watch the game and listen to the draft. I mean, right? Do you need to watch the draft? The draft?
Do you have to be at the draft? That was the discussion we got in earlier in the week.
Do you have to watch it, though? Do you have to see guys walk across stage? Half of them aren't even going to walk across the stage.
You like to see the announcement. Always the announcement and what's the fan reaction. Now, of course, when we're picking at number 6, it's going to be Boo Birds.
Yeah.
So is that going to...
That's right.
Is that going to be...
That's fun.
Cause to maybe not want to watch it? Maybe just have it up. Maybe have us on? I don't know.
I didn't realize there was going to be boos. That's right. It's in Pittsburgh, so they're going to boo us.
Oh, they're going to boo the hell out of us.
And at 24, we get booed twice in the first round.
They're going to boo the H, ampersand, parentheses,
Okay. All right.
quotation.
You just had the Cavs in here yesterday. You didn't say a damn word about any implications to them when they were in here.
You know what? Because I didn't know.
3 representatives from the Cavs.
I didn't
now
know
they're
if
letting
it was,
you bleep and know
I
that you
didn't
could
know
have
if
said
it,
something.
Hold on. Your B, @ number
Terrible.
sign.
You're terrible. Just terrible. 216-474-0092. Also, a public service announcement for fans looking to see the Cavs Saturday who don't have tickets. You might have to deal with something extra if you're going to be watching on Prime. We'll explain coming up in 5 minutes.
Boy.
Also, 7:45, 2-second trivia. Your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals. But you got to answer 2 questions within 2 seconds each. If you're able to do it, you're eating Roman burgers. It's fantastic. They got other great things there, too. But I like a Roman burger. I like 2 or 3. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on The Fan. Friends, Ken Carman here for the one.
ramp of I-90 West, 277 South because of repairs and maintenance. Jeff Thomas, Odyssey Cleveland Traffic.
Our draft coverage gets underway on Monday night. It's the Browns Draft Preview Show with Ken Carman and Nathan Zagura. Monday night at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, before we set sail with this other thing about do we have the prime stuff real quick? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Before we set sail on that, Keith has worked into a shoot with you over you saying it's the worst loss of the year. And he's like, I'll laugh in September when there's 20 to 30 more losses. Yeah.
Then I will recalibrate.
It's loss of the year so far.
Right now.
Worst loss of the year so far.
I will do a new power ranking at that point. But without a doubt, worst loss of the year because you filed it as a win. You filed it away as a win. You get 3 runs. Your insurance run over insurance run there in the top of the 9th. You're on the road. You're about to win the series. And I chalked it up. It was all in my head. Done. I was watching the, at the same time, I was watching the unbelievable thriller, the play-in game last night, of which I didn't need to watch, but, a basketball fan, playoff start. I love the playoffs. That game was amazing up until a moment late in overtime. We'll explain in a second. But in my mind, I had cashed it in. If I were a gambler, if I were a big-time gambler, oh boy, I would be calling that the worst loss of the year all time.
It's not it's going to be the worst. I hope this is the worst loss of the year. I really do. But it's the worst loss of the year so far. Yeah. That's the whole point of it. So I don't think it's the worst. It probably won't end up being the worst loss of the year. And I'm sure you'll get killed, or well, it doesn't say who says what, so who the hell knows. But if they watch the clip, I'm sure there will be some people who take it literally, like Keith did. But no, the truth of the matter is it's the worst loss of the year so far. If they have one where they give up 2 runs tonight or today, then maybe that'll be the worst loss. I really don't want to sit there and think of losses. I think they can win today. Slade Ciccone needs a really good outing today.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Boy, my God, does he need a good outing. So say you have a good outing today, I will run Cade Smith right back out there. When you lose games in that fashion, you tend to play the blame game. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to blame the closer. And yes, I know he threw a wild pitch right after the booted ball. I think that the wild pitch is also, if you're asking me, I think it's a symptom of this is tough. I think he's a young guy who's a little skittish right now. Mm-hmm. He knows that that's a tough role to be in. He knows you got to be nails. You have a situation where there's 2 out, nobody on. We're ready to get back in the clubhouse and go eat and shower and head back to the hotel, right? And things just unravel the way they did with the Juan Brito. Then he's in his own head. Then there's a wild pitch. Then there's a base hit. Now we got a tie ball game. But it's like, hey, man, it's not like this is... You go through the ebbs and flows of the beginning of it. I still have faith that it'll settle down. If he doesn't, then maybe we press the nuclear option on somebody else.
All right, I'm going to double down. I'm going to double down, Kenny, because not only is that the worst loss of the year, if they don't win today, we are talking about the worst series loss of the year because they had this series won. 2 outs in the 9th. Man, you were up 5-2 even earlier than that. Got to recover. Big game today.
Now you actually put a lot of pressure.
I put some stakes on today's game, did I not?
Are you willing to say it into the camera? Is today a must-win game for the Cardinals?
Folks, oh my goodness, I didn't even realize it's an April must-win game.
April 15th, tax day, must-win game.
Probably the most important game of the year,
Most important game of the year for the Guardians.
I would push back on your worst loss of the year.
Go ahead.
Really?
Yeah. I just think when Tanner Bybee goes out there, I know he's not the ace to me, but he's the opening day starter. So to the club, he's the ace. When he goes out and you lose 13-1, those are worse losses to me.
I don't think that's a worse loss.
I think it's an emotional.
It is. It's not as disappointing. Well, I think you guys are confusing worst and most disappointing. But it's a lot of semantical stuff right now.
That's what 98% of sports arguments are. So that's no big deal.
That.
So let's go. Let me see it your way here. Hold on. Owen's way is even scarier,
right?
Because if I wanted to See, this is last night. It boils your guts.
We
like,
blew
man, we
a
had
save with a guy who shouldn't be the closer, but the actual closer is going to be in federal prison, so we can't do that.
Well, we'll see. He'll have his day in court. He'll have his day in court. So,
and then that day will be the worst loss of the year.
That day will be the worst loss of the year. So, you have a guy who might be going to federal prison.
The other loss had a guy who you actually gave the money to, and he's not performing like you want him to perform.
The hotline's ringing, and John is. We all know who's getting ready to call in on the bat phone here. So let me see it Owen's way here. I don't want to get into an argument because I think I see it your way here. Tanner Bybee, who is nobody's ace but the Guardians. I think everybody's more excited about Gavin Williams or Parker Messick.
Yes.
Okay. You know what? And Joey Cantillo, again, just a bat. He's never number one, but man, what a battler. What a fighter. Let me just point this out. Owen's scenario is scarier because you got a guy who, for the most part, has been rocked throughout the beginning of his career here, or beginning of his season here, Tanner Bybee, who is, quote, unquote, your number one, right? Right. So that is scarier in the outcome of like, hey, Juan Brito got ate up. There's a wild pitch afterwards. Some of this is just bad luck. That's actually, I don't like agreeing with Owen on it because it's a lot scarier than the scenario we played out.
Sometimes the truth is scarier than what we present.
Stranger than fiction. All right, let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Right hotline. Here we go. Keith Britton. He wrote in brand manager of 92.3 The Fan. John did. Hello, Keith.
Hey, at least I can have a normal conversation when I call in now with the person on the phone to say it turned. Anyway, I'll just say, guys, come on. I mean, 18 games in, I know you like to cover it up coming back from break saying it's the worst loss so far.
So far, yeah.
This is like saying 2 weeks into the Cavs season, the third loss is the worst loss of the season.
You know us for 14 years.
Guys, this is baseball, 1 of 162. You can't call it the worst. You can't term it that. It's a bad loss.
You've known us for almost 2 decades now. But we would say the worst loss of the year so far.
That is so. You cannot term it that.
Yes, you can. Stupid. Yes, you can. How can you not term it that? Tell me why.
Because you can't take a season that's 6 months long and 2 weeks into the season or 3 weeks into the season and say it's the worst loss of the year. Like, come on.
Well, it's the worst loss of the year so far. Of the 8 losses they have, that's the worst.
You're saying that so far. Okay, they've had 8 losses so far. So, yeah, it's the worst loss so far. But, my God, there's going to be like 60 to 70 more losses.
Not with that attitude, we will. Yeah, Mr. Negative.
I'm not even going to give it any more time. It's just stupid.
I was planning on going 150. He hung up. He hung up the phone on us.
Before I could kick him because I was ready to.
Well, because it's asinine. Didn't I already put in win of the year for the Guardians in this schedule?
So all I heard all year were none of the Cavs games mattered. Okay, they go 82-0. Doesn't matter. Okay.
Well, your star player told you that.
So you told me none of the Cavs games mattered.
Yeah.
Now none of the Guardians games matter. Felt like the last 10 Browns games didn't matter last year. So we're up to 99% of the Cleveland sporting events just don't matter apparently anymore. So why do we even bother with this?
Okay, see, here it was. Remember, I said the Dodgers win. The second Dodgers win was the win of the year. Okay. That's where I had it.
That's the best win.
That was April 1st. Now, I thought the third best win of the year was on April 7th. I hope everybody's more entertained in this than I am really worked up
atrocious.
Here. Okay, so April 7th was the third best win of the year because they won it in 33 degrees against Kansas City. I've written it in the schedule here. This is on the effing calendar. Let's effing let them know what, or apparently it implied. I wrote it on the implied calendar here, guys. It's all there. So there's good with the bad.
The social media reaction brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We've got AJ saying not many losses bother me this early, but man, that one hurt. They sub Brito in for defense, right? Question mark. Cade Smith needed that one. Now
I love a guy who runs the radio station. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. It's nihilistic
today,
sports.
They go out there, and now the pressure is on to win a series that you had in your mind, clocked in. You thought it was a win.
Yep, there you go. Thank you very much.
Just like that.
Can we do the public service announcement yet? Can we do it? No, okay, because they loaded it in wrong. Well, I'll just say. So at the end of the game, you watched this game. I was watching Guardians last night. I was the part I saw was LaMelo Ball grabbing Bam Adebayo's leg and Bam Adebayo falling on his lower back, and then being out of the game, and then LaMelo Ball hitting the game-winning shot at the end of it.
leaves the game. LaMelo Ball gets to stay in the game. And then go on to miss 16 three-pointers, which I think he did last night. And then it went down to the wire. It went into overtime. It was an awesome back-and-forth game with huge runs down the stretch. It was not beautiful basketball, but, man, was it nail-biting basketball with the Miami Heat season on the line.
So there you go.
Loser of this game gets eliminated.
Yes.
You go to overtime. It is a 3-point, one-possession game, ladies and gentlemen, a one-possession game late in overtime, and the stream clunked out.
It just went to black?
It went to technical difficulties with the Iron Eagle on the call, and it went silent and no video and just a graphic, like old 1980s style.
Charlotte's been a great NBA city. It just went dormant for a while.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see the fan support here. And look.
And then the feed went dormant, and you couldn't see any of the fans.
Bingo.
We're waiting for time, and
they just started playing music
while the lead went from 3 to 5. The biggest basket to that point.
See that outlet pass? No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
I had no idea this is how it went down.
I'm surprised they didn't queue up the next show or make it a buying opportunity on Amazon Prime to get something, an early Black Wednesday.
They start playing old episodes of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel while they're trying to work on the technical difficulties.
Well, you know how they do that.
Midge could run point.
Like when a NASCAR race is in rain.
You finish the end of one show, and then you don't even get to watch the credits anymore. They are showing something else in 5, 4, 3, 2. It could be rated R, and you got your kids there. They are sending you off to the next one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're still going. We're still on that technical.
How long?
2 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's roughly 2 minutes.
Oh,
wait, here this is in overtime.
Enough that I got texts immediately from all my ball-knowing friends.
And then we're just back into basketball.
I didn't
then
get
we're back
anything.
into Well, no.
Hold on. I did not get a text from Nick Wilson. But I did get a text from all my sophisticated NBA brethren. They were flying in left and right.
So just letting you all know that Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock, let them implied no. And I will have to imply that you hopefully, oh, God, I hope they don't have the same technical difficulties.
Guys, no local TV for the first time.
Exactly.
In a long time in the first round. You used to be able to watch it with your local announcers.
That's the issue. Yes.
Not the case this time around. You are a slave to Amazon Prime. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the streaming revolution.
Speaking of the Cavs, by the way, 7 o'clock, I think I have my plan for the Browns draft at number 6 and 24. Should I make a big deal about this? Should I make a bigger deal about that? That I think I have my plan of what I want them to do at 6 and 24?
That's a pretty big day to have it.
I'll let everybody know about that coming up at 7 o'clock. And if you leave it to just this season, you got to be excited about the Cavs' chances. It was a 100% success. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima will explain it in 5 on The Fan. Let me explain it to you right now.
Board of Cuyahoga County. If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, dial 988 to connect to confidential support 24 hours a day in Cuyahoga County. You're not alone. 988 can help. Sponsored by the Adams Board.
Two-second trivia coming up at 7:45. Your chance to win some free Mr. Hero. You got to answer 2 questions within 2 seconds each. It's absolutely fantastic. So if you just leave it to this season, you got to be excited about the Cavs' chances. I want Lima to read something to you. Do you have it up in front of you? I want Lima to read something to you. And I know what I want to do at 6-24 now. This is I've thought about this for a long time, and I'm going to do that at 7 o'clock. I know what I want to do at 6-24. As always, I think I'm going to have to defend some people giving some side-eye to me because I asked a pertinent question to somebody, and I didn't expect you to know, and I'm not going to hammer you for it, Tone. But I think I'm going to get a side-eye when I explain myself and what I want to do at 24 especially. So, Tone, I want you to read this post by Matt Moore. We've had him on the show.
Yeah, we have.
I think Action Network now with CBS long time. Go ahead and read this.
He said the best thing we can do as an online community with NBA fans, normalize the idea that non-title success matters. Making a Final Four is a real accomplishment. Winning 60 games is awesome, no matter how the playoffs turn out. Winning 50 games is a good season. Making the second round is a playoff success. So, yeah, I've thought a lot about this, especially when it comes to the Cavs, who have the highest payroll. They are in the second apron. They have $60+ million in terms of attacks. Obviously, when you push as many chips in as you can, and I could go through in the league and talk about the teams that have real expectations. And the Cavs are certainly one of those teams. I've thought about a lot as a sports fan as I've gotten older, because I used to crush tweets like that and say loser mentality, and say that you just don't want to have your feelings hurt. You don't want to leave the season, as so many teams, fan bases do. Everyone but one leaves frustrated and disappointed.
Yeah.
Except, those plucky young teams. Like the LeBron team that went to the finals in 2007, that's an all-time successful year. It ended in, I was going to say embarrassment, but truth be told, I wasn't embarrassed. Like, we had no business being there. The fact that we got to the finals with that team, that LeBron was able to put the team on his shoulders. Okay, there are the exceptions. There is that team where everybody with working eyeballs can look at a situation and say, yeah, that's a great season. That team getting to the finals was awesome. Well, we also have the capability of understanding that in like 2017 and 2018, we had championship aspirations. We weren't as good as a team with Kevin Durant. And we had a malaise in the regular seasons because we had already won the championship. So you can frame each season a certain way with, like you said, you used the term nuance.
Yeah.
Guys, the Cavs winning 52 games this year. Is that how many they won?
They won 52. They were 52-30 on the season.
Is remarkable.
Toronto Raptors are 46-36.
It is remarkable. I've just now finally seen, even the national guys all say, yeah, the Cavs had a different starting lineup every night. Like, what a job that they were able to...
40 or 41?
Is that how they...
I think it was 40.
So we're talking almost half the games. You didn't know who the starting lineup was going to be. So, shuffling the deck on the fly. And then you make a big trade. Now, that's of their own doing. So I don't want to hear, hey, we didn't have enough time to get everything. Well, you voluntarily made a trade. Nobody forced you to make a trade. I supported the trade. I get why it was controversial. In the end, I think they clearly got a better player in someone who I have, believe it or not, more faith in come playoff time than the guy they gave up, and we'll get to see Darius tonight. He's playing in the play-in game against Golden State. Be awesome. I'm excited for him. I love the Clippers uniforms. I want to see how he plays with Kawhi.
10 o'clock?
Probably not going to happen.
Okay.
Stayed up a little late last night,
so
probably not going to happen. But I think about that all the time when I've heard so many people poo-poo what the Cavs have done so far. And it seems like you're ready to poo-poo a first-round win, and you're ready to poo-poo a second-round win. And Matt Moore is saying, why would you do that? Like, look at how many teams. How about the Miami Heat? Would you rather be the Miami Heat? They're eliminated. Charlotte was almost eliminated. They were like the story of the NBA the second half of the year. Well, and they had to come from behind and win last night.
So this is where
I'd rather be the Cavs.
This is where I got to pull back a little bit with you and Matt Moore on this. Is that if it were year one, it's never year one because you wouldn't be this good in year one and you wouldn't have made these moves in year one.
Right.
So we all have to be realistic about this, and I can't just keep moving goalposts here to fit some sort of an argument here because this is what the issue is that I can sit there and try to explain it, but I know the real world. I can understand and say there's nuance to this. Nobody cares. This goes with the Juan Brito thing I just said. I don't want to sit there and hammer on Juan Brito because I think it's very typical of a radio show host to sit there and hammer on a guy because his name isn't Travis Bazzana. I guarantee all day long people are going to be hammering on him because his name ain't Travis Bazzana. And yes, according to some people, he has had some fielding issues before, okay? Fine. But this is where I'm at with the Cavs. It's the same principle. 4 years of history play into this. So it's not fair. People are going to say, tough bleep, doesn't matter. You made the trades. You live with it. That's the way it goes. Yeah. We are in a rings culture. We are in a winning culture. If you don't win it all, you are under scrutiny for not winning it all. While that's unfair, that's the truth of the society we live in. If I put where the Cavs are right now, it's completely ridiculous for me and you to go on the air and be silly about it and say, well, this is a complete and utter disaster. No, they made a tremendous trade, a franchise-shaking trade when you bring in James Harden. You went 20-4 during that time. I mean, you had 20-6 after that trade. You had an incredible record after that trade. There's a lot of different lineups you've had to run out there. I mean, there's a lot of teams, as I saw from this Jason Lloyd person who's an IT person and does a lot of analytics here, where it says, hey, you look around, for them to have 40 different lineups the way they did, I mean, that's lotto stuff to have 40 different lineups.
Yeah, every other team in that neighborhood is their season's over.
But I think that if I say that after Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals against Boston, if I say it at any other time, it's just not going to be acceptable. But even if I say all that at the end of Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, if it doesn't go our way against Boston, I think there's going to be still some people stomping their feet and crossing their arms over it. But I think it's going to be a little bit easier taken.
Well, we all agree,
the fact
Kenny,
of it is they just have to get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
We all
the way
agree
the season
if
is
they
set
lose
up.
in the first round or if they lose in the second round, major changes. I think we all agree what the stakes are. But what I have to ask fans as we get excited for the playoffs, which I'm excited, I'm not really feeling that from a lot of people. We'll see because I'll be there Saturday. I'm sure those people will be excited. The people that actually paid to attend a playoff game and paid playoff prices, I'm sure they'll be excited. There's always nerves. There should be. It's the playoffs. Your season could be over in 2 weeks. God forbid, right? So that's supposed to be the fun and the agony of how this stuff is supposed to work. But I guess I would ask fellow Cavs fans and other hosts at the station, is having the 5th best playoff odds, is that not good enough? Do you think there's a world where the Cavs should be like the title favorite? I guess I don't understand that because they're not the best team. They've never been the best team.
I think we forgot what it was like to be.
You don't have LeBron James.
You know, I was a baby in the 80s. You were a young kid in the 80s. I think we forgot what it's like to not be the best team in the Eastern Conference when we've been a very competitive team. Because we were the best team in the Eastern Conference. I mean, the first couple of years with LeBron, we weren't going into the playoffs. There was Detroit there, but you quickly went over Detroit, and then it was like, hey, you're going to have to fight everybody off. And then you were arguably the best team in the NBA until you won the championship. You were the best team in the NBA. This is uncharted waters because we're used to having it. Honestly, a guy who's 39 years old like me is used to having it. You're number one with a bullet. You're going to the finals.
So we've been spoiled.
I think so.
So how do we recalibrate? Because, look, I know the payroll. I know all of that. But the fact that we have Donovan Mitchell on this team and somebody who's authored up these amazing playoff games, and he's got some help, like the way Evan Mobley's been playing and the way that James Harden has played since the trade, like fitting in seamlessly, which there were people who thought that was not going to happen. Well, it has been. It's been great. And he's unlocked your two bigs in a different way. They've been more efficient since the trade. That's not grounds for excitement? That's what I'm having trouble understanding.
Let me explain that.
You know how many teams would die to have a Donovan Mitchell on their team in the playoffs?
Let me explain that at 7:20, and we will get to the Russini business at 7:20. Yes, we know that she resigned from The Athletic. We'll talk about that then. And I officially have my plan for the Browns at 6-24. Will they listen? Do you even want them to listen to it? We'll find out. Coming up at 7:02 on The Fan.
This is
by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Get primed for the Cavs playoffs on your ride home. The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
2-second trivia, your chance to win a free combo, four-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Coming up at 7:45 this morning. Also coming up at 8 o'clock, Jason Lloyd going to join us on the show. Is this a series that the Cavs are just going to win, or is this one of those underrated series Jason tries to quietly warn us about, like last year against the Pacers? When he was hemming and hawing, and then like the year before, what was it, the year before he was hemming and hawing over a series? And we were like, oh, come on. So I got to pay attention to what Jason's going to say coming up at 8:01 this morning. And yes, we will get to the Diana Russini stuff coming up at 7:22. So I think I know what I want the Browns to do. Depending on what Andrew Berry wants to do, this is not a prediction of what the Browns are going to do. It's what I would do. I've thought about it for a while. This is what I'm going to do. I think Andrew Berry is going to do everything he can to trade out of that spot, get more picks, maybe try to do his best to get a pick for 2027. And see what he can do from there. So we're getting excited about some names. I'm just going to go at it as if I'm at 6 because, again, I don't know who's going to trade up at 6. Like, who's going to come up? Is somebody going to come up for Ty Simpson at 6?
People have conjured up a bunch of Dallas Cowboys scenarios.
The Dallas is crazy enough to do it, but some of the crazy scenarios, like I saw a Bleacher Report one, of course it included you-know-who. It was like, well, the Browns get another first-rounder in 2026. I don't need another first-rounder in 2026. If you're making that trade with that guy, you-know-who, we're going to 2027 with those picks, and 28 and 29. I don't need, in an arguably not great draft, I don't need all them picks in 2026. You do need players, okay? If you want to make this a first-round pick thing or something like that, you better guarantee me something in 2027. We're going to do that. So, yeah, the Cowboys might be a team that would do something like that, okay? But I just think that mostly who do people usually move up for? There has been a history of yesteryear where you would move up for a running back. No. Maybe some wide receivers.
Even with the resurgence of the running back position, I still don't think so.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe if it were like, you mentioned Washington. If Washington, because it's only it's one pick away. If you wanted to do it, fine. Because somebody else might be, I got the Cowboys on the line. Better make a deal. Like that type of thing. Who knows?
Even though as a fan, you always feel stupid having to trade up one spot. Yeah. You're like, we just got conned.
Yeah, you always feel that way. So I have my plan at number 6 and number 24. Let's say we're just staying where we're at right now, okay? Because I can't guarantee what other teams are going to do and other teams are going to move. Who do you think I'm going to take at number 6?
I thought it was just going to be Carnell Tate.
Okay, because I'm an offensive line guy, and I figure you may not have been paying attention to me, and you might stereotype me. I'm taking Carnell Tate.
Okay.
You can put him on the outside. You can line him up just almost anywhere. He's going to be a great wide receiver. If I use the word solid, people don't want solid at number 6 overall. They want number 1 quality wide receiver.
That's not this draft. I think people got to get that out of their minds. I joked over the weekend that Carnell Tate was the 6th best player on Ohio State last year. And
that's just how good Ohio State was.
And we're getting him at number 6 overall. Yeah. You feel like you want something better than that, but, Jeremiah Smith's not available in this draft.
Exactly.
By the way, would he go number 2?
In this draft?
Would he go number 1?
Oh, if you gave an option, Sam Block is a media member who asked this question. I kind of wanted to do it as a diabolical one in case people got out of line during coming in hot on Friday. He asked the question, if you could take Jeremiah Smith knowing you could not use him until 2027,
I love this, yeah.
Would you take him in this draft? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I ain't going anywhere.
Right.
I will take Jeremiah Smith.
It'd be a tough pill to swallow for a while, but at least the hype machine would go up.
That doesn't mean that Carnell Tate's bad. It's a generational type of athlete that Jeremiah Smith is. If you're on the other side of Jeremiah Smith, one guy's going to make plays. It's the same thing. One of the knocks on Caleb Downs is, where's he at on tape? It's like, well, when you're playing with a bunch of all Big Ten, all-American guys who are top 10 picks. Good. I mean, you got 3 guys defensively there that are going to be top 10 picks for crying out loud, or could be top 10 picks. You can't make all the plays. So I say the same thing about Carnell Tate. You can't have the ball thrown to you all the time because they're going to number 4. So to make a short story long, I'll take Carnell Tate, number 6 overall. Let's get the easy stuff out of the way. It's going to make your fan base happy. Mm-hmm. Fan base watched him on Saturdays. They know he's a good player. They're going to watch him on Sundays. Plays for the Browns. Everything mixes. I don't have to sit there and yell about Andrew Berry not being at Pro Day. You guys had him all along. There he was. He's on your bullseye. There you go.
I agree.
Let's see if you get the ball to him.
Will they put 6 overall pick and first wide receiver off the board expectations on him?
As far as?
Are they going to treat him like he's Jamar Chase?
He wasn't Jamar number 1 overall? That next year?
Are they first wide receiver taken in a draft? Normally the expectation is number 1 wide receiver with a bullet on your team and a chance to be one of the best in the NFL. Nobody really feels that way about Carnell Tate.
Yeah, but the draft's the draft.
Yeah, so I'm saying
if I'm stuck at 6, I got to make the best pick for my team.
Will fans understand that and temper expectations and treat him like T. Higgins instead, which is the name that gets brought up?
Because T. Higgins, I think, could be a legitimate number 1 on another team. He wouldn't be a Jamar Chase, or he wouldn't be one of the other, Justin Jefferson, or one of the other big names that we bring up, but he'd be a number 1.
If T. Higgins is your best wide receiver, we'd say he's a number 1, but the other team's defensive coordinator is not panicking all week, going, oh my God, this guy can be a game changer, and we have to pivot and put the whole defensive assignment on stopping him. They do that for Jamar Chase.
I know I'm getting the best of both worlds with this guy. Okay, he's got great hands. He's got good. I know there was the one drop pass against Miami. He's got great hands. He's got body control. I know the 40 was a little bit slow for what people would like a wide receiver to run, a top 10 wide receiver to run. But honestly, I will give up some foot speed if I know that a guy can go up and catch the ball and be able to secure it. Like, people keep bringing up KC Concepcion. And that's, hey, fine. But when I keep hearing about hands, I'm like, well, we always keep drafting parts of a wide receiver. Yeah. We don't take the whole thing. So this is number 6 overall. I'm going to take a whole wide receiver. Yeah. I'm going to take Carnell Tate. So this is at number 24, and this is where I know I'm going to get the side eye from people. At 24 overall, and I've hemmed and I've hawed, I'm going to take a left tackle. All right? I'm going to take a left tackle. And I'm going to take, because Monroe Freeling's going to be gone. Spencer Fano is going to be gone. Mawanoa is going to be gone. And some of these guys are left, right tackle, guard, things like that. I'm going to take Blake Miller.
Okay.
Now, you didn't side-eye at me because you don't know the backstory right off the rip. And I'm not going to rip you for it. These are offensive linemen. Yeah. I don't expect you to. They expect me to.
I come to Ken Carman for the nitty-gritty breakdown of offensive linemen.
He has not been injured, knock on wood. He has played a tremendous career at left tackle for Clemson. Now, Dabo Swinney's going to oversell on everybody. I mean, he tried to get us to take Taj Boyd years ago, which still probably would have been better than what we have. Still, he's got an attitude. He's a leader. I think he was a captain. I got to go back and see. Okay? That part, that's off. Okay? The feet, he lunges a little bit. These things can be fixed. You can work with some of this stuff. Okay?
Are we not playing nitty-gritty football breakdown here?
He's got a lot to do. He's got a lot to do. Let him do his thing. Let him do his thing. We're good. So this is why you're going to side-eye me, and everybody else is going to side-eye me. He went to Clemson. Where's he from? This is what I hate. I'm going to take him number 24.
Parts unknown?
He is from Strongsville, Ohio.
Oh, Northeast Ohio guy.
And I can't win because I'm telling you guys, he could be from Temecula, California. He could be from Detroit, Michigan. This is a good football player. This is a first-round type of player. This is a back-end first-round type of guy. This is a good football player that you can take. And I'm telling you right now, I think he could be a week 1 starter for you over there at left tackle. I know we got DeJuan Jones. I think we're trying to fit square pegs in round holes here with DeJuan Jones over left tackle. Guys, he is clearly uncomfortable at left tackle. All right? There's no other way to say it. He's uncomfortable doing it. And if you had a 4th-round guy who you're trying to force it, why do we keep trying to force it? Let's have a nice fit and a good football player that's going to come in with a kick-ass attitude, a good attitude, the type of person that you want out of Northeast Ohio to have that type of attitude and go play his ass off for the next decade for this football team, and I don't got to worry about it. I'm not going to throw Joe Thomas's name around. I'm not going to throw Doug Deacon's name around. I'm just going to tell you what I see. In a draft like this, I want solid starters. Blake Miller, I'm going to put him at left tackle, and we're going to give him a contract in 5 years or 4 years, and we're going to be able to set our watch to him for the next decade. That's where I'm at on that. So there's my picks. I thought I would do it later, getting closer to the draft, and I went, you know what? No time like the present. I'm going to do it, and I'll deal with everybody going, Ken just wants to take him because he's from Northeast Ohio. All right, fine, whatever. I'll deal with that.
Be a fun
I know
story.
a good football player when I see a solid football player. I'm going to take a solid football player.
If you're telling me he's a good football player.
Do you believe it when I tell you he's a good football player?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
216-474-0092. So what do you guys think of that? Also, recalibrating our expectations of success for the Cavs. And Diana Russini's out at the Athletic. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on the Fan. Classic Chevy and Menor. It doesn't matter if you're a football player from Menor. It doesn't matter if you're a football player from Strongsville. It doesn't matter if you're a football player from Canton, Ohio.
Warriors to determine who will be number 8 out west. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
$7:45, your chance to eat some free Mr. Hero. It's the 4-pack of combo meals available, but you have to win 2-second trivia. So I will take Carnell Tate at 6. I will take Blake Miller from Clemson at number 24. And I know he played right tackle. He's a natural left. I could put him over there at left tackle. Let's set sail. DeJuan is clearly uncomfortable. We all like DeJuan Jones. I like DeJuan Jones. I think he's more of a right tackle. Maybe he needs some time still coming off the injury. Looks great, though, so I mean, who knows? But because you made the trade for a reason, so you're going to put Titus Howard over there at right tackle, right? That's what you're going to do. But I'll take Blake Miller. I'll put him over there at left tackle. I will start him from week 1. I think he can be a starter from week 1. I think he's a high energy guy. I know he's a high energy guy. I know he's a great leader. I know people down there that absolutely love him. The only issue is because he's from Strongsville. Of course, everybody's going to start saying, "Well, Kenny, you're going to be a homer about this."
Except you didn't want Mitch Trubisky because of a lot of reasons. But
yeah,
you have not been a guy that just says take the Northeast Ohio guy, make him say dog pound a bunch of times right off the rip. Like, you haven't done that every year.
No.
So I would say that's an unfair complaint if anybody registers that in your direction.
Also, coming up at 8 o'clock, your chance to win some Cavs tickets for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference playoffs. So 8 o'clock, make sure you're listening so you have a chance to win those Cavs tickets coming up at 8 o'clock. So, listen, I'll take, I did misspeak. I beg everybody's pardon. He played, I think, 4 years at Strongsville in high school at left tackle. They had him over at right. I think he's a natural lefty. I beg your pardon. Beg everybody's pardon.
I remember seeing him because we played him a lot,
pardon.
But
yes.
It's been a while, right?
The guy's a fine player, fine person. I'll stick him over at left tackle. I'll set sail. I'm not going to throw Joe's name out there. I'm not going to throw Doug's name out there.
Holy cow.
Well, he's a grown man. I mean, we're talking about, what is he? I wrote down 6'7".
It was like when he left Strongsville, he was just a boy. But now,
it's a coming-of-age tale.
You're beautiful. 216-474-0092. So you're okay with that?
Well,
it's not sexy. It's just listen. When I'm at 24, I need solid players.
The biggest predicament for the Browns at 6, given we all know what their needs are, is that if this were any other draft, you would take, if he's available, the top offensive lineman, right? That would go without saying. Why do we say that? Because we know it's harder to get these guys later in the draft, especially, we're fortunate to have 2 picks in the first round. It's unfortunate that Jacksonville had the year they did.
Yeah.
But typically, you're always able to get very talented wide receivers that can be even number ones, later in the first round, into the second round. Now, we know the checkered history of this team, this organization drafting wide receivers later. But you always try to build this thing on the inside out and in the trenches and on the offensive line. And it just so happens that as down as we talked about in terms of premier wide receiver talent, not that Carnell Tate can't be really good, it seems to be even worse for the offensive lineman. Like, there's not the obvious guy.
No. And I start to listen to some of the experts on it, and I'll tell you who really sold me here in a second. Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. Mike Tice was the one who kind of sold me. I hear Nate Tice's podcast. I know they had him on, I think, in the afternoon. He's a West Coast guy. Oh boy, now Zach's texting me.
You gotta specify. Zach Morris?
Galifianakis.
Zach Jackson. Zach actually likes it. Okay. All right. Zach actually likes my plan. All right. All right. All right.
I thought someone had died, or we were going to have to take the show in an in memoriam direction.
I'm not going to read the the text. Ellis frozen over.
You guys see eye to eye on nothing.
And you can tell that I've known Zach since I was like 20 years old, and that he's basically my guiding post in so many ways because his opinion matters that much, and I was that really that he was okay with me. What? No. Oh my God. That might be pathetic, but maybe it's the truth. I'm going to get to Russini here in a second. She ain't going anywhere. Hold on.
Okay,
go ahead.
Just I love doing these exercises, even though you might listen and say it's irrelevant. He's not in this draft. But I like to do it just so we can kind of carve out expectations and all that stuff.
Yeah.
If Will Campbell was in this draft, where would he go?
I don't
just because he was under the microscope last year.
Well, because he had a great season, he got hurt, and then he was playing injured in the Super Bowl for crying out loud.
Clearly.
So I felt bad for it because, yeah, he got absolutely smoked in the Super Bowl, but he was playing injured, which I got to tell you, I think we had a conversation after the Super Bowl. What do? Do you go out there and your whole job as a football player is supposed to be a warrior, quote unquote, go out there and play injured.
You get criticized if you don't. And
like Jared, JP Bickerstaff was calling out Jared Allen for crying out loud.
And it was causing so much unease and apprehension that his coach needed some R&R time at the end of the Super Bowl.
Okay.
It's just a transition now.
Yeah, it is. All right, we ready? We ready to do this?
We are because wait
a minute. You know what? I'm gonna put it off one more. Let me take Michael in Akron because I don't want to get to this. Go ahead, Michael.
Good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Doing well. Go ahead.
There are 7 good tackles in this draft. Unfortunately, 5 of them are right tackles at the college level. Blake Miller is a great player, but I'm not convinced that he can be turned into a left tackle.
I looked into that, Michael. I think that's a valid concern. I think that's a valid. Well, go ahead and finish what you were going to say because maybe I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
No, actually, I was going to turn it over to you. What have you seen that makes you think he can turn into a left tackle?
Well, one, he played it all throughout high school. Okay, I think he's got the athleticism. There's a couple of things that he does blocking wise. Now, this was also highlighted by Mike Tice. There's a couple of things he does blocking wise where he'll get on his toes, where you usually do want your feet planted into the ground when you're in the run block game, things like that. But if I got a guy who can go out there and play right tackle and I know that sounds like somebody familiar here, okay? I get that. But we're talking about a guy who was a team leader. According to what I just got texted, of course, I give it away. Like he missed 2 practices over 4 years at Clemson. The only knock on him is he's a little bit older. I think there's really good players here. And maybe he doesn't start week 1, Michael. Maybe you put DeJuan Jones over there and we all hold each other's hands. But I think that he's going to be a really good football player, and I think that I want him to be – I'm looking for a solid player at 24, I guess. Like the star power isn't there. Let me take a tackle, and let's just hold each other and make sure it works.
I think he's a safe player to get in the first round.
Awesome. Yeah. Michael, thank you very much because I'm doing it the backwards way. I understand that. So I was a little bit afraid – usually you would sit there and take the offensive lineman. But, I keep hearing about and there is versatility. And maybe I'm stuck in an old style way of thinking where a guy plays one position, but I just think it's very, very, very hard to move these guys around and put them in different spots. And so when we hear about Fano, Fano, you can put him on the left side, you can put him on the right side. Lemieux, you can put him on the left side, you can put him on the right side. And I'm making the same argument for Blake Miller, but I think that naturally, this is a guy who's played this position before. And because of I need a solid football player at 24 who's also going to start to turn, and this is a terrible, terrible argument for a lot of folks. You guys are going to roll your eyes. He's going to start to help turn the culture around. Because I'm going to need a guy to start setting the record straight. I got Carson Swessinger, all right? Unfortunately, I had Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, but, that's tragic and, brought me to tears the one day talking about it earlier this offseason. And so I need guys that are going to be in that locker room to set this team on the right path emotionally. And I think that you have some guys on defense that can do it. I think Alex Wright has come into his own. And I think a guy like Blake Miller on the offensive side can do it as well. That's where I'm at on this. All right, you ready to do this? So Diana Russini is resigning. Did you read this statement, or did you read the letter?
I did.
What did you think of the letter?
I was confused.
Okay, why?
I think sometimes when you have to use a lot of words, as someone who's been in dicey predicaments before and have had to write my way out of a paper bag, sometimes a Chat GPT garbled mess comes out, like we just read yesterday when the news came down. You kind of felt like it was a matter of time, too. Like, at first, all I was hearing was they were supporting her. All we were reading about was that The Athletic was supporting her. And then it became untenable the more that this story refused to go away. She couldn't even do her job. Like, she tried to tweet a few times, and you looked at the comment section, and it's easy to say, oh, just ignore that stuff. This was the biggest elephant in the room of all time.
So
she wasn't going to be able to do her job, at least for a while.
I sit there and I go, if I was 100% clean of any of these accusations that everybody has jumped to conclusions on, I'm sorry, I fight this tooth and nail. If there were, what's claimed, what she said, 6 other people were there.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see them.
So if me and...
A lot of videography, photography, haven't seen a soul.
I'm going to use your wife as an example here, okay?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying. Say Sarah, because if you use anybody else as an example, then all of a sudden people jump to conclusions. So say Sarah Lima works at the Fan, and there's a photo of me and Sarah Lima in the same embraces that Mike Vrabel and her are in. If I know that I just am hugging a friend, I will go on every damn television show I have to and defend my marriage and defend my life and defend my lifestyle. I'll do that all damn day long. I'm sorry, I'm forced to be led to conclusions here. I'm sure she makes a lot of money. She has been a person who has broken a lot of stories in the past. And when you are just kind of, hey, that's it, we're done here, it leads me to conclusions that are unsavory.
Sure, and now a trustworthy...
And then I got to wonder about Mike Vrabel, but we'll get to that.
Well, I want to get to him because, a lot has been said about her, and now the question of the double standard is becoming front and center because football is mostly... I know we've had some females in the building with the Browns, whether it's on the coaching staff or executives, but this is a male-dominated arena, right? And
Okay.
we understand that there are big-time differences. And yes, sure, there are double standards in
that's what
every
this is.
walk of life.
Like, I don't think he's going to get fired for this. And in other walks of life, he probably would be.
So, on her behalf, how difficult is it for her to do her job if people do not trust her, if people are now afraid to be seen with her? Some of those relationships that have been cultivated, now you imagine, this is just, I hate to be tabloid or whatever, but for a fact, the wives of other decision makers are like, you're not going around her. As unfortunate as that is, that's just a reality.
Well, the wives of other decision makers, you ain't going around him.
Right. Well, and then
damn well about that.
So I want to get to the Mike Vrabel part of this because I've seen what has been out there. I've seen what other people have said. Like Clay Travis said yesterday that the double standard is fair. Like, he's allowed to do whatever he wants because it doesn't jeopardize his job. Here's where I disagree. I wonder how he can get in front of the room. Now, if he goes after a player, because Mike Vrabel tends to do that at times. And will he have the moral authority? Will he have the leadership authority to go after someone who's made a mistake now? Because it's going to happen. He's going to have a player that's going to get in trouble with the law. He's going to have a player that runs afoul of team rules. And then they're going to go, wait a second.
And you have to answer questions about that.
He is going to absolutely have to answer. Now, he's coming off a Super Bowl, so he is in, other than winning the Super Bowl, he is in as safe a spot as you can be in the NFL. But it also, mark this offseason down, if things go south for any reason, if Drake May gets injured, if he just comes back to earth, if they don't have some good drafts, and it's maybe you're listening to this going, what does it matter about the football? It's everything because his owner's also gotten in trouble, has been publicly humiliated for stuff that happened off the field that has been in the news. And, he might be apt to give Mike Vrabel a second chance, but a locker room, that is where it's going to be front and center. How many chances will a locker room give a coach? Because the minute they don't respect a coach, the
We've
bonds
seen it when
that
they
are there
lose the
when they
respect.
fall apart, like that is what's going to matter. If he keeps winning, you know what? It'll be a moot point. He'll have all the power, and it won't matter.
I mean, you look at a situation like, he had to answer questions. I'll say this quickly. He had to answer questions about Stephon Diggs last offseason.
Yeah.
Could you imagine a situation where you have another guy where he has to answer questions about, and then you ask that player in a media scrum, and he goes, who broke that report?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. And all of a sudden, you have a monster bleep storm on your hands as a football team.
And yeah, Mike Vrabel's got to put out his fires. Who knows what's happening at home? I've seen speculation regarding that. And on her side, I mean, she just threw away $450,000 is what I told she made. One of the highest paid over there.
Well,
like this is a monumental story for a reason.
I don't think it should end her career, but I mean, there's going to be a fallout here, and yeah, there is a double standard. He's been a winner. As long as he wins, that's fine. But he does not get the type of slack that others may if they go in and they turn in not a great season. So he better hope that Will Campbell can hold things up, and he better hope that Drake May can continue to have the success that he's having. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Jason Lloyd going to join us on the show, writer for The Athletic. Is this one of those series that are underrated that Jason's going to warn us about? And we'll give away Cavs tickets coming up at 8 o'clock. Coming up next, 2-second trivia. 216-474-0092. That's 216-474-0092. 2-second trivia coming up where your chance to win free Mr. Hero. But you got to answer 2 questions within 2 seconds each. That's in 5 minutes on The Fan. Northeast Factory Direct. Say
store. No money down, no interest, and no payment for 24 months. Visit Pella.com for more info.
All day long. All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
You have 2 seconds and only 2 seconds to win. This is 2-second trivia.
It is time for 2-second trivia and your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals. Let Mr. Hero deliver your next meal with DoorDash or order online for pickup, and we'll have it ready when you walk in the door. Well, they will. I don't work at Mr. Hero, but I love their food. Order online through the app or at MrHero.com. Of course, if one of those conversations that we just had got over the air, maybe I'll have to apply it, Mr. Hero. Are you ready for 2-second trivia? Tone.
I'm pretty excited about today's catalog of questions that we have used ChatGPT to formulate.
Indeed. All right, let's just get this one out of the way first. Gabe and Ashtabula, home of the Lakeside Dragons. You're first up on 2-second trivia. Are you ready?
I'm so ready. What a beautiful morning, by the way, it is outside.
We'll start out with an easy one, Gabe, first-time caller. Who was the first overall pick in last year's NFL draft?
Oh, that was...
No, too late.
Yo, come on.
I know who he is, and I ain't going to let him do it. I'm not dumping it.
He must be off today. Behind.
He'll get his chance on Friday at 9:45.
You know what, Owen? The problem is...
I see your videos.
He has a list of gags. He basically has the chest of Carrot Top just waiting for him, and he's digging his arms in at the start.
Where's the giant Q-tip?
This guy, Gabe and Ashtabula, guys, let me just say this quick. He's got like a cult following now for the calls during Coming In Hot, where it's just me trying to not make a face into the camera so we don't get in trouble. And trying to beat him to the dump button because he says something terrible. Which is not how that is supposed to go. You're supposed to keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. All right. Back into the mode. All right. John and Walton Hills.
John.
I always forget. Home of the Nordonia Knights.
Good morning, gentlemen.
John doesn't care. All right, John. Are you ready?
I just work here. Yeah, I'm ready.
Lima, take it away.
Which former Cleveland baseball player did Ken Carman compare Chase DeLauder to?
Lonnie Chisenhall.
Yes.
John's the 80-time champion, and you're going to give him that
that's pretty
softball?
easy. That's pretty easy. Ladies and gentlemen, John is in the barn. John, are you ready for your chance to eat some free Mr. Hero?
Roman burgers.
Lima, take it away.
Which Grammy Award-winning R&B singer, songwriter, and actress is Donovan Mitchell engaged to?
Oh, Shohei Ohtani.
I thought for a second he was going to say something else.
I'm sure he bet on the Grammy.
Well done.
That's good.
Well done.
I mean, his translator bet on the Grammys, guys. That's what I meant.
He had somebody else took his money without him knowing and bet on the Grammys.
Idea.
Man in a car. Home of the cars. Are you ready for 2-second trivia?
Home of Gary Newman.
Man, maybe Emmanuel Classe should have gotten someone to accept an Emmy for him.
Oh, price of fish.
Wow.
All right, Lima, take it away.
Who leads the Guardians in batting average at .350?
DeLauder.
Class might go to federal prison for 65 years. We're yucking it up over here.
Young John says I'm not allowed to use batting average anymore on the radio.
He's kind of right, but
he says
for
I can't
2-second trivia,
I can't even mention it.
The All-Star break will be here in July. Table it for the All-Star break. Summer Hack Radio is not far away. Matt on the roaming shores. I have no idea. Matt, are you ready?
Kenneth, Antonio, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, no more pleasantries. Lima, take it away.
Who committed the costly error in the bottom of the ninth last night for the Guardians?
Yes, sir. They love this team here in Cleveland. Chuck in Cleveland, home of the Rhodes Rams. Hey, May 26th. I'll be there.
Mark it down.
Mark it down.
You gonna wear a tux?
Do you wear a tux for that? I'm going to wear a tie. I'm going to tell everybody, you guys got me to wear a tie. I haven't worn a tie on TV in how long? Well, that's not going to be televised. All right, Chuck, you ready?
I'm ready, boys.
Lima, take it away.
Who is the head coach of the Super Bowl winning Seattle Seahawks?
Mike McDonald.
Yes, indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chuck is in the barn. Chuck, are you...
I will ask the question here for your chance to win it all. Jose Ramirez just set the record for most games played as a Cleveland baseball player. Who did he pass?
Turner.
You're not going to give it to him?
It's up to him.
Owen?
He got it.
Oh, wow. Could have been anybody. Could have said Tina. Could have said Ted. Hey, ABS. People on YouTube can see me tapping my head. No.
He got it.
No, you serious?
In Nick the Zone, yeah.
What would you have guessed was the first name?
Fine.
I think it's Terry. I know the last name's Turner, but I think the first name's Terry.
Okay.
There you go.
Do you feel better about that now? Not to be confused with Terry Taylor,
Whatever.
the rooster.
Or some sort of Volkswagen.
All right, Chuck, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to put him on hold. I have to say it out loud so I don't accidentally dump him. All right. Well, you got Owen on a good day. Congratulations to Chuck.
To purposely dump him earlier.
No, yeah, I did. But congratulations
That's a
to
sticky
Chuck.
wicket sometimes, Owen. That terminology.
Seems sticky.
Are you going to give me pointers on my speech?
Oh, I don't think you'll need them. See, it's a different type of a room.
You're a much better public speaker than me, though. In a live room, like I always say, Lima's the best
in
MC
front of
in
a
the
live
city.
studio audience.
Yes, Lima's the best MC in the city.
No, but hold on. I went back and I talked
It's
to...
a graduation speech, everyone.
I talked to West Geauga Middle School at a career day, and I was bombing. I was eating it in the worst way.
How long ago was this?
This was right after COVID.
The thing...
Hey, still, you were... 38, 39 at the time. To them, you were 92.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm going to have to do. Seriously about this, like, if I ever have to host something, like, in public, I always just make jokes about myself. Some self-deprecation, open it up.
That works.
Loosen everybody up. They're like, oh, yeah, like Owen and Lima make fun of him, and we can make fun of him here, too. I'm like, yeah, but it's their graduation. It ain't about me. So I got to, set sail, and I've never done that. I don't know how long the speech is supposed to be here anyway, because I don't want to sit there for 40 minutes talking their ear off about God knows what.
Yeah.
Do I? I am honored to be asked.
I think you got 8 minutes, man.
8 minutes?
8 at the most.
I can do a really good 8-minute speech for them.
You got to think they're in the TikTok generation. They're going to be swiping.
Well,
I haven't
and
been
it's not
nervous
just
in years.
them. There are families there that,
Yeah. But
it's the biggest day of a lot of their lives.
Heck
you got to remember that.
that's the
I
first
just
thing
did
I
it
thought
last
of.
year. It was a weird feeling.
Yeah.
Because you're sitting in those stands and you're like, oh no, that was my baby 2 years ago. But no, it's been 18 years. They graduated high school.
There was a graduation speech the year after I graduated, and they still talk about it to this day in Perry about how bad it was.
Really?
Because they mentioned somebody else, and it was just a bunch of name dropping, and it was bad. It was bad. And they still, you go to Falcone's on a Friday night in Perry Township, and you'll have a couple people, you remember that as they're opening up the beers? I swear to God, there is pressure here. Because I don't want to I make it forgettable. I just want to be forgotten. I want to do a good job.
But you
leave
want
them
to
with something.
inspire.
But ultimately, I want to.
You want to inspire.
I want to be
these
inspiring
kids.
for the moment, but I don't want to sit because any lasting impression will probably be a negative one, and I don't want to do that to them. They're nice kids. I've met these kids before. They're good kids. All right, so that's coming up in May. All right, coming up next, Jason Lloyd going to join us on the show. He is is this one of these underrated series where he starts to warn us about it as we get ready to play the Toronto Raptors? And we have Cavs tickets for Game 1 against the Toronto Raptors coming up in 5 minutes on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
and that they don't shoot the three ball particularly well. They do have some size to themselves. They play a little street ball at times, but like they're just not even close to the caliber of this Cavs team.
The Afternoon Drive, weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Tonight we're gonna take no prisoners.
Don't give them away.
Guys, wake up. It's the playoffs. Wake the blank, ampersand, at sign,
wake up,
parenthesis.
Get up.
Wake up, lock in, because we got the playoffs on Saturday. And I don't care. I don't care how many technical difficulties go down on Saturday. They are going to start that game, and they are going to finish that game.
We'll keep on working behind the orange and blue with all your might.
I'm taking the fourth caller because the Cavs are going to win in. Fourth caller. 216-474.
Saturday afternoon's the day.
0092 to win a pair of tickets to see the Cavs take on the Raptors this Saturday. It's going to be another sellout. How many are we up to right now?
This will be 187.
I lost track. We had Nick Barlage in yesterday. He said it. That game is at 1 o'clock p.m. RocketArena.com. Get tickets at Cavs.com, all courtesy of the Cleveland Cavaliers and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, and we welcome in one of our finest that you could find, senior columnist for The Athletic. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Jason Lloyd joins us here on the show. Hello, Jason.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you?
Oh, I'm still employed, so I'm great.
We'll just move on from the 10 things that popped into my head just now. Lloyd, tell me.
Could have just said you had your first mow of the season yesterday or something, and we would have just kept on moving. And now you just you just walked the elephant into the room like you're Thomas Edison.
I saw Jason at the ball fields yesterday.
Were you interlocking fingers, Owen?
I did see Owen at the field yesterday. That is accurate. No, we did not interlock fingers. I do need to cut the grass, though, now that you mention it. It is horrid looking out there.
Did you fertilize yet? Gotta get that fertilizer down.
Oh, it's. I haven't cut it yet. It's outrageously long and shaggy right now.
All right, tell me this first-round playoff series is not going to be outrageously long. Tell me that the Cavaliers have all the advantages and they should be able to dispense of the Toronto Raptors in short order like LeBron James was walking through that door.
Yeah, I of all of the possible opponents, I thought this was the best path for them, the way that this worked out. I just think... No, I don't think they're going to have much trouble with Toronto. It's funny when you. I'll even take it a step further. We talked about Detroit. I think I was on with you guys last week. We talked about Detroit, and I do think that would be a slugfest of a series. But if you're looking at like where the Cavs struggle to guard the 3-point line. Well, their first two opponents are the two teams in the East that make and take the fewest amount of threes. So that sort of plays right into the Cavs' hand. Toronto's going to play fast. They're going to try and turn them over. Emmanuel Quigley is a huge question mark right now in this series. He's clearly by far and away their best shooter, and he's on one leg right now. So we'll wait and see if he's even available. I would take the Cavs in 5 just because it's hard to pick sweeps. Even in the playoffs, it's just hard to come out and and say a team's going to sweep. But I don't think that they're going to have much trouble with this series at all.
Okay, because there's been series in the past that me and Lima were like, yeah, and then you came on. I had to tell everybody, like, you always try to hear through some of your words where we maybe need to slow down a little bit. So I'm feeling good. Where do you think that we could find trouble here with the Cleveland Cavaliers in the postseason?
In terms of opponent?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they're not making shots, anybody can beat them. This is a team that's so reliant on threes. But I just don't see it being a factor. Look, they smoked Miami in the first round last year. I thought they would have a little bit more trouble with Miami than what they did, and they just absolutely blew them out. And then we saw what happened after that.
That was your respect for Spoelstra. I know that.
Yeah, you're probably right. I probably did lean a little bit too much into Heat culture and Spoelstra and everything else. But, listen, I think Detroit's going to be a street fight. If they get Detroit in the second round, I would pick the Cavs to win it. But that one is not going to be easy at all. I could see that even going to 7. So where are they going to run into trouble? Well, right around the corner. I think will be that'll be, let's wait and see how each team comes out of their first round series, who's healthy, if there's any injuries, stuff like that. I think that second round matchup could be a street fight.
Jason Lloyd joining us on the show. See, I've been a little bit, because I love the matchup with Detroit, but I think you're right. I think it could get very physical, very nasty. But I really am not, and maybe I'm not selling it enough. I'm thinking more like Eastern Conference Finals against Boston, and then we'll see actually what happens in the Eastern Conference Finals. So this is a weird postseason, man. Like any other team, Jason, that is a 52-30 team that has 40 different rotations or 40 different lineups during the season and gets the 4 seed, you're going, wow, they had a really nice regular season. But because of the Cavs' history, people are like, yeah, you're going to have to prove it to me. I'm not impressed by any of this.
Yeah, and that's just sort of the reality that they're in. I mean, they've got the highest payroll in the league, and they haven't had a lot to show for it to this point. So they've got to they got to change that this year. And it's funny because I remember my last year on the beat in 2018. Obviously, LeBron's last year. I'm sure I said it on your show. I said it everywhere I went. Like, listen, I have no predictions for this team. They could go out in the first round. They can make the finals. Nothing will surprise me because that team was just a bunch of psychopaths. And I don't feel quite that way about this team because I do think that they're going to roll over Toronto. But kind of along the same lines of if they go out in the second round against Detroit, I mean, Detroit's the number 1 seed. Are you really going to be stunned if they lose in the second round? I'm not going to be. They can make the finals. Are you going to be stunned if they make the finals? No, I probably wouldn't pick them to make the finals, but I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, my God, I can't believe they did it. No, it's just a really good, talented team. So it's sort of – I think it's just because of the injuries that they've had, because of sort of the volatility of the East, of everybody wrote off Boston. Everybody thought Boston wasn't going to be very good. Nobody's talking about New York. I mean, New York was up big on Boston that series last year before Tatum went down. So are you going to be stunned? Anthony, will you be stunned if the Knicks beat Boston in the second round? I won't be stunned.
No, we just saw it last year, and that was a better Boston team last year.
Absolutely. So this whole thing, I know we're supposed to come on here and make predictions. This whole East is so jumbled. Once you get through this first round, man, I have no idea what's going to happen. I think last year sort of proved that. Whoever would have thought the Pacers would have been the team that came out of the East? It's sort of the new world NBA, though.
All right, Jason, you ask about whether or not people would be stunned, but listening to people at this station, listening to the callers, seeing social media, and I know it can sometimes be a doom and gloom echo chamber. I do think there'd be a sizable portion of the fan base that would be stunned if this team got to the finals because they are all referencing the failures of the past, the lack of toughness. At least that's been one of the narratives surrounding the team. Harden has had some epic playoff flops. Donovan's never been past second round. And every time I hear all that, I say, okay, that's fair. Everything is fair that you just said about the Cavs. Let's do that for every other team. Let's talk to Knicks fans about the Knicks issues. Let's talk to Detroit and their total lack of experience. When does an inexperienced team ever get to the finals? It almost never happens. 2007 with the Cavs and LeBron was a total anomaly. So if we go team by team, it seems more plausible. But if you're just looking at it from a Cavs perspective, then people are going to poke all sorts of holes in it and say they do have doubt that the Cavs can do it.
I also wonder how much people have truly followed and watched this team start to finish because they are a very, very talented team. Now, the injuries are what they are. And I said at the beginning of the season, at some point, that's just who you are. You're an injured team. And I think that's also played into the reason why they made the move that they made is they kind of came to the same conclusion with Darius. And there's other guys. I mean, Jarrett has broken down in the playoffs, and he's still hobbling around. Donovan has worn out in the playoffs. So it's all fair and legitimate. But and I've killed Harden just as much as anybody has over his playoff collapses and failures. It's not like the guy's never had a good playoff game. He's had some terrific playoff games. He just has to wear the stains of how bad he's been in the biggest moments, and that's fair. Like, you can't run from that. That's what it is right now. But no, I would not be stunned if this team goes on a tear through these playoffs and makes the finals. That the only thing is we say, like, what would stun you? The thing that would stun me is if they lost this series. That's about the only thing that I would say, wow, I never saw that coming, if they lost this. Anything else, yeah, it's on the table. I could see the Knicks beat the Celtics. I could see the Cavs beating the Celtics. Again, would I pick it? Probably not, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I could see the Cavs beating the Knicks. Like, they could beat any of these teams. And probably after this round, any of these teams could get them. It's just, like I said, it's the nature of the new NBA. This is what they wanted. This is what they've got.
Jason Lloyd joining us here on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. All right, I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to talk to you next week, at least on the air. What do you think the Browns ought to do?
I think what do I want? I want to trade down. I've been on that train for months. I just don't know how realistic that is right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, what if no one wants to move up?
Yeah, so if you have to stay there and you got to take a pick, you got to make a pick. I think I'm on Carnell Tate. Didn't love everything I heard at the owners' meetings about him, but this team is desperate enough for playmakers that he's certainly going to help. So I think I'm leaning more and more toward Tate. I can't get behind any of these linemen at 6. And I also think, like, we have spent months talking about tackles and receivers, and rightfully so. I just, there's this part of me in the back of my head going, they're not going to take a tackle and receiver in the first round. Like, it's just every time that you spend so much time, well, just because when you think you know what any team's going to do, they end up surprising you. Who really thought they were going to go to 2 to 5 and take a defensive tackle last year? Like, did anybody spend a lot of time talking about that?
No.
So
actually, no, we did, because Lima said he wanted to take Mason Graham. That's right. You wanted Mason Graham, so this show actually did.
Well, then you're the only one, and I'm not saying that. So I'm serious. Like, you're the only one.
Yes,
nobody else is talking about it.
I felt that way because I was a big Champions Pose the night of the draft for Tone next morning.
Yeah, I love the trade down. By the way, I thought it was at the time. I thought it was great. They got tremendous value.
It's aged well too so far.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
Yeah. So are they going to take? Are they going to go receiver tackle 6-24? I have no idea what they're going to do at 24. Who could possibly know what they're going to do at 24? But at 6, I think I'm aligning on the Carnell Tate side.
Okay. Let's see. Usually I'm an inside out guy, so I think a lot of people thought I was going to go offensive lineman at 6 and then go wide receiver at 24. My rationale.
Show the lineman who's worthy of it, and I'll agree with you.
Well,
I just don't know that guy's there.
That's why I wanted to take Blake Miller, where he was a 4-year guy in high school as a left tackle, and I know he's from here, okay? And I know some people give me a side eye there. He's a 4-year left tackle in high school. I know they moved him over to right tackle at Clemson. I know that sounds an awful familiar, a lot like somebody else, but everything I pick up, team leader, everything attitude-wise, great about the guy, great body, great size, decent enough movement. I think you could put him over there at left tackle. I still think he could be a week 1 starter compared to DeJuan Jones, who I just is not comfortable in the position, Jason.
Yeah,
I'm thinking, okay, I know that maybe all the wide receivers who we really want might be gone by 24, so let's take a wide receiver who can make plays. That's Carnell Tate. And then, like, when you get to 24, people keep bringing up Casey Conception, and I'm like, hey, that's fine. But when you keep giving me stuff about his hands, it makes me nervous because I'll give up a 10th on a 40. I don't care, because if a guy can't catch, he can run as fast as he wants. Anthony Schwartz is able to outrun the entire city of Cleveland. Right. And Anthony Schwartz, people blame him, and partially myself as well, for why we're sitting here like this right now, for alligator arm and a pass.
Yep.
So I want a guy who can go up and get it. So you can give me speed at 24, and I'll hope the best for him. But damn, I'm gonna be nervous about it.
Yeah, there's so many holes on this offensive side. Whoever they take is going to help. Mm-hmm. And the debate you get into at 6 is, what do you do if this guy's not there? If they're both not there, what do you do if I wouldn't be sad if they took Jeremiah Love. Like, fine, he's a playmaker. This offense needs playmakers. But if Love and Tate are both gone, then what do you do? And I think that's, at least for me, that's where the defensive side of the ball conversation comes into the equation. Because I just think you always take the best player, even as stacked as this defense is. I would rather get a dynamic playmaker on the defensive side of the ball than somebody just to fill a hole on the offensive side.
Jason Lloyd on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hey, real quick, last night, who do you blame that most on? Was that Juan Brito, Cade Smith? Actually, I had people blaming it on Stephen Vogt for putting Juan Brito in as a pinch runner and making the defense worse. Thoughts? If you didn't see it, you didn't see it. I'm putting you on the spot. I'm sorry. I'm going to put you on the spot.
I did see it. Burrito's got to come up with the ground ball. Like, he's not great defensively. His bat is what has got him to the majors, not his glove. But it's a relatively routine play with 2 outs. You got to make the play.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jason. You're a wonderful man. We do love you.
All right. I'll see you guys.
Bye. Jason Lloyd on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Coming up in 5 minutes. You better say it now because fans will not let us say it later. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, and You Don't Know Ball. Coming up in just over an hour on The Fan. K&K Heating and
Ready for April rain? Call us now and get 50% off materials with no payments till 2027, plus free gutters. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855. You are genius. See website for details.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
We'll get back to my picks at 6 and 24 here in a moment. I will say I'm getting some pushback. I'm going to take Carnell Tate at number 6. I'm going to take Blake Miller at number 24. And I think that's a little bit, I hate to use this term over because you said it a couple weeks ago, reverse engineering. It is a little reverse engineering. I'm an inside-out type of guy. I still feel as much as things have changed in football, it should still be inside-out. But Peter Schrager, there's a clip we have somewhere floating around. And I know we've had some trouble getting to some things here today. But there's a clip out there of Peter Schrager saying, like, I don't know if the Browns are going to have a wide receiver available to him at 24. And that might very well be true because they might just go, you know what, let's take top-end talent for some of these teams that maybe they're going to be a little bit better set up than the Browns.
I think we're going to get a wide receiver run in the first half of it. So the 6 names that I would look at, and maybe not all 6 go, but I think once one goes, they're all going to go flying off because that's a position of need. And I think with the wide receiver spot, you've got some combination of Tate, Tyson. Of course, Mekhi Lemon is beloved by scouts. Omar Cooper, the Indiana guy. And then you've got KC Concepcion out of Texas A&M, and then Denzel Boston. Those 6 are likely first-round picks. I would say they can go as high as top 25, all 6 of them.
Audio courtesy ESPN. So I'd rather not risk it because I just keep hearing so many things. Watch KC Concepcion be the next Chris Carter for all I know. I mean, it is a giant guessing game, guys. But when I just keep hearing about hands and hands, not very good with his hands, I go, I need it. It really sold me on taking Carnell Tate at number 6 because I don't think I have to worry about Carnell Tate's hands. Yes, I understand there's a playoff game with a drop in there that a lot of people were very critical of, but I don't think I have to worry about his hands. And I know he ran a 4.52 40, which is not necessarily setting your world on fire.
Yeah,
4.53 40.
None of that really seemed to bother me.
I'll give up a little. Honestly, I will give up a little bit of speed if you can go up and get it. You can get separation there naturally. I mean, he's a 6'2" guy. I'll take it. That's fine.
Can he win contested catches? Yes. I think he can.
And then I think you want your receiver to be able to receive the football.
Yes, I mean, it's in the name. It's in the name.
That's a good point.
And
put him out wider.
We've been critical of Andrew Berry for his wide receivers, where Andrew Berry has not been able to draft wide receivers high. So he really hasn't got a fair crack at it. Nah, I shouldn't say a fair crack at it. He really hasn't had a crack at it. Number 6 overall, you got a chance at it.
It has not been the priority in a lot of those years. So we don't know. The reality is we don't know. I've seen a lot of people say we can't trust him to take a wide receiver at all. It's like, well, there's different caliber wide receivers, depending on when you're drafting them, obviously, and that goes without saying. And Kenny, I've been worried all along that it's the linemen that if we pass up early, we might not be able to get a feasible one later. But to hear that about the wide receivers is interesting, too.
Mm-hmm. And that's why hearing all that and hearing that even before Peter Schrager, I go, all right, I've been on Carnell Tate at number 6 for a while. This is what kind of cements it for me. When you got questionable hands at 24, when some of the stuff about Denzel Boston I thought was ridiculous about, can he rise to the competition? You are playing in the Big Ten. Okay. I don't know if that really washes with me. I think some people are just maybe looking for some bad things about him. I think he's a fine wide receiver in his own right. But I guess I'll go in reverse and I'll take Carnell Tate at number 6. And then we can go after Blake Miller at number 24, which some people brought up Caleb Lamu. I think that obviously he's a consideration. They had him in for a top 30 visit. Good, versatile. A lot of people say it. Decent feet. I just like Blake Miller's upside better. And I know that Blake Miller played right tackle in college. I think he's a natural left tackle. He played left tackle his entire high school career. He's barely missed any games. I think, according to Zach, he texted me he missed 2 practices like in his life. I need a guy at 24 in a not-so-great draft. I need a guy at 24 that I know is going to be a good, solid starter for me for a long period of time. I'm not going to compare him to Joe or Doug or anything else. I'm just going to look at him and go, I can move him over at left tackle. I can play him at left tackle, I believe. I think he's more naturally able to do it than what DeJuan Jones was able to do. I think he's more willing to do things differently than what Jed Wills was willing to do. Sad to say, because Jed Wills was a hell of an athlete, but obviously it just wasn't working out after year 1 in the NFL. I think that this guy's going to be a good player for you for a while. But when people mention Caleb Lemieux, hey, I'm okay with that. Because I think that I can't shut down anybody's ideas. If I'm sitting over here going, guys, we got to be open-minded about Jeremiah Love. We got to be open-minded about so-and-so at 6. If I'm gonna preach open-mindedness, I got to be open-minded to people who want to take a different guy at 24. Because I think this is a deep offensive line draft. I think you're getting quality here. And I think a lot of people are going to want Jennings Decker. It's going to be interesting to see what happens on Dunker. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens on draft night. Because I was talking to, and I'm going to get back to the Cavs here in a second. I was talking to a podcast on Friday, and they were going through their draft. And I went, I can't believe Jennings Dunker wasn't taken in the first round. Because fans just love him. And fans are
They do love him.
They love the guy. Again,
Why do
you
they
know
love
his
him,
name
Kenny?
right off the top.
Why do they love him?
I mean, he looks like he's in the movie Roadhouse. All right? He looks the part.
Notably, what was the demographic of people in the Roadhouse?
Well, he's a redhead. He looks a little bit rural.
Yes.
We've been to Iowa.
Yes, we
Iowa's a farmer's community. Strongsville used to be that way. The old-time Strongsville people say, Kenny, this was nothing but farmland years ago. Yeah, they ain't like that way now. But, I think there's plenty of great players that you can take. And I think that a guy like Blake Miller will play for you, and he'll bring the right attitude, and he'll be a good player for you for a long time. But who knows? I do think they're trying to trade down. 216-474-0092. I know there's people who want to get in on that. We just had Jason on about the Cavs. We got to say this now because we're not going to be allowed to say it later. Season by season, this has been a good season for the Cavs. Regular season-wise, you're 52-30. You had 40 different lineups. Pause for a second because I think this is the only time you guys are going to let us get away with this. Lima and I, especially Lima, I've been lockstep with you for the most part. I've tried to see it the other way, just seeing on the other side. You have not allowed me to. Because 4 years of history play into this. If you just leave it to this year has been a remarkable accomplishment. Being able to be a 4 seed with 40 different starting lineups with the injuries that they have, I saw some people saying, boy, that 40 different starting lineups and injuries like that's a lotto team. It is. The 4 seed overall, and then honestly, being able to be the 4 seed and manipulating it the way they did at the end, that shows you how talented they are.
I'll tell you right now, Ken.
It also had some pressure.
You know who you're sounding like?
Who?
You're sounding like a ball knower. That is exactly what you're sounding like right now.
Give me just less than an hour.
I'm just saying, you sound like somebody.
Just less than an hour.
Anybody who knows that and has that kind of information, you just sound like somebody. Ball knower, ball knower, ball knower, ball knower, ball knower,
Lots of ball knowledge.
Ball knower.
Lots of knowledge here. You've accused somebody else of not knowing it, and we'll talk about that at 9:20. All caps conversation.
To know ball or to not know ball.
That is the question.
This thing's going to hell in a handbasket.
You know what's not going hell in the handbasket? My words.
All Caps conversation brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea that ask you to please enjoy your Surfside Hard Iced Tea responsibly. 21 and older only, please. But I got to say this now because if I said it, if they lose on Saturday afternoon, I got another question later this week about Saturday afternoon.
It'll be full-scale panic.
I showed you my friends texted me going, you didn't sound like this years ago. I go, yeah, we didn't have LeBron years ago. So if they go out and they lose on Saturday, which what Wendy was saying, it's been a week. We'll see. Maybe they'll come out rusty. They are not going to let us say that on Monday morning. That is not going to happen.
It's going to be DEF CON.
Yes, it will.
And it's going to be the end of this new version of the core will already be coming to a quick demise. The pressure will be on. Then we'll be wondering, how is James Harden going to play? Because I'm guessing if they lose game 1, did Harden have a terrible game? Oh boy. And you know what? That honestly, as much as I joked about, hey, are we really going to panic over one game in the playoffs? You don't want any more pressure than the Cavs already have, because I've heard people talk about this. Cavs have immense amount of pressure to make a deep run. The Knicks have immense pressure to make a deep run. Like, I don't know who can we say. I mean, Minnesota's been to the Western Conference Finals a couple of years. Oklahoma City just won the championship. Is there a ton of pressure when you've won a championship? I don't know. You could seriously look at the Knicks and the Cavs as two of the teams that have the most pressure on them to make a deep run. And whichever team loses first between those two teams we're going to be plotting out, the national media will be plotting out where Donovan Mitchell's next step is, like where he's going to be.
Speaking of Donovan Mitchell pressure, we have something for you to hear coming up in 5 minutes about that, as well as I think we know what Todd Monkin might sound like at some point this fall. We got a preview of it out of hockey in Columbus last night. It might not make sense now. It will in 5 minutes on The Fan.
It's
offering plumbing. Locally owned and operated for over 50 years with a 4.9-star Google review rating. Whether it's for home or business, call today to get a free estimate for your plumbing and electrical needs or visit TriCountyElectricService.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Five minutes away, I'm going to tell you what Todd Monkin could sound like this fall.
Can't wait for this.
And it's from a different sport. A sport that I have zero clue about, and I admit that open. Well, I mean, who the hell knows what you think of my knowledge of the other three. But we'll get to that here in about 5 minutes. We asked about the pressure question yesterday. They must have heard us on ESPN. Here's Kendrick Perkins. I think this is Inside the NBA there, or NBA Today there. What is it?
One of those shows where they talk about ball.
Yeah, they're ball knowers.
knowers.
I don't know if Kendrick Perkins, well, yeah, I mean, playing the NBA, let's be honest. All right, here's Kendrick Perkins on the pressure on a one. Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell, when you look at what he has done in Cleveland, when you talk about being one of the greatest regular season players of all time in my eyes, the brother all the time is an all-NBA talent, superstar talent in the regular season, has never led his team to a conference finals. And one could argue that the Cleveland Cavaliers has done more for Donovan Mitchell than they've done for LeBron James. When you talk about firing J.B. Bickerstaff, right after you fire J.B. and you hire Kenny Atkinson, all of a sudden Donovan Mitchell signs a contract extension. When you talk about the moves that they made even last year at the trade deadline, go and get DeAndre Hunter from the Hawks. That didn't work out. You make another move this trade deadline. You trade Darius Garland, a guy that you drafted in the lottery, to go get a James Harden. You go and you get a Dennis Schroeder. You go and you get an Ellis. They have done everything and more, not only to please him, but make sure that they surround him with the talent so that he could be successful. And so when you talk about all these players, because this is one of Stephen A's this is one of his favorite players in the league, and I can't front he got game, but when you talk about a talent that has the most to prove and under the most pressure, it's Donovan Mitchell.
That's Kendrick Perkins, ESPN. First off, sub-question here. Do you agree with him about that they've done more for Donovan Mitchell than they did for LeBron? I actually see his point. I
think you try to do, no matter who your best player is, you try to do everything you can. And I feel like Dan Gilbert both times has gotten the wallet out. Whoever his GMs have been, with LeBron, they were up against it, so they kind of made some reckless moves out of desperation.
They traded away the number one overall pick sight unseen. Now, I ended up, obviously, you and I, that was my birthday. We hosted that show together. That was at night on the draft. So you and I were agreeing with each other on that. We got killed that night for that. It ended up obviously working out and ended up being a good trade. But, I mean, you did trade number one overall, basically sight unseen, as an NBA player for Kevin Love, who was going to be a helper for LeBron James. So they did do a lot for LeBron. But in some of the moves that they've made doing this, you would look at LeBron and you would say, well, LeBron's a Zeus. Donovan Mitchell is not a Zeus. Great player, just not LeBron. So maybe you have to do more for Donovan Mitchell than you would for LeBron James.
But you do. Either way, look, they have supported him. They have done everything they can because it's what you're supposed to do when you have a superstar that, you didn't draft and that has plenty of other places he might rather play. We all know it was always a goal of his to go play for the New York Knicks. Now you don't hear much about that anymore. So that's a testament to what they have done around him. Maybe that's part of the point that Perkins is making. I have to say that in the past, I have thought all the players that get crushed for what they don't do in the postseason, for what their teams don't do, Joel Embiid, James Harden, right? Like these guys get the brunt of a lot of the NBA hater talk. Donovan Mitchell has skated. Like, he is still pretty universally praised. Now, maybe it's because he's never won an MVP. Like, once you win an MVP, then it's like win your championship. It's the NBA. Once you win MVPs, you're supposed to win the NBA Finals. Well, he's just been a first-team All-NBA guy just last year, and he's been All-NBA second, third team. This year, he'll probably be second team because he did qualify. He did play enough games. But he's not in that category of you're the face of the league, you have to win the MVP. Like Luka's going to get this. Luka is, even though he has not won an MVP, but he has a chance to finish third if he wins his appeal for the games played eligibility thing. But Luka, every year he doesn't win a championship, and now playing in LA, he's going to get crushed. Donovan has been spared of that. Probably because...
Oh, that's a great point.
Probably because it's been considered, hey, you were with Utah and you were with Cleveland. You're really not supposed to win championships. But this year, in year 8, I'm starting to see the tide turn on that. And maybe, you know what? Maybe that's not the worst thing in the world, honestly, Ken. Like, I hate a lot of the talk today that we reduce it to it's win a championship or your season's a failure. But I do think for Donovan, not getting out of the second round 8 straight years and having a lot of good teams, like, you're going to get some criticism.
I know we're going to have to bring this back coming up at around 9:20 because we have the ball knowers coming up. And I'm going to tell you this. Let me say this because I want to fit this other piece of audio in because I think it's great. We could look at the season and go, well, it's been a successful season. We also know where the future of this franchise is. So if the future of the franchise is in question, like we have to operate in reality here going, hey, like, yeah, I can look at it and go, yeah, you had a great season. But if you fall short of where you're supposed to go, they're going to put it on you. And again, he's going to have to come to terms with, is he a number one that can lead a team to an NBA championship? Right now, he's got to believe that. But if they falter this year and he decides that he doesn't want to be here, then that's a conversation he has to have with himself. And that's a hard truth to accept for a lot of players. I want to hear this. This is from, all right, guys, don't kill me for this, all right? Is his last name pronounced Bonus?
Sure.
I'm guessing it's Bonus.
That's how it's spelled.
God, I'm sorry, Blue Jackets fans. I respect your sport. I don't know much about it. This is Rick Bonus. What a great sell. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know much.
It's not Kachuk, I can tell you that.
I don't know much about hockey, which would probably make me the perfect hockey owner because I would stay out of it. If this guy's my head coach and there's a question of whether or not he's coming back after this.
All you got to do is look at the stat sheet. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. Like, I don't know if I'm back, but if I'm back, I'm changing this culture. These guys, they don't care. Losing is not important enough to them. It doesn't bother them. Like, how can you go out and play like that? Should have done this about a month ago. But this is why we are where we are. This is why we're out of the playoffs. That kind of effort. Losing, you have to hate losing. I don't care if it's a meaningless game. I don't care. Show up and compete. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. It got tough. Because it got hard, like we talked about after the Olympic break. It's going to get harder. So everything's good as long as it's going their way. And now it gets tough, we don't want to battle back. And that's what's happened over the last a couple of weeks. That's all that's happened. We're going to change that. If I'm back, I don't know if I'm back. Don and I will talk. We'll get to that. But man, oh man, some of those guys are so lucky the season's over and there's no practice tomorrow.
Audio courtesy of frustration. Hate to say it, that might be how Todd Monkin sounds at some point later on this fall.
Isn't it amazing?
Might
and the
be
voice.
how Todd Monkin sounds later on this fall. Because
that raspiness in the voice.
Rick Bonus right now, he is 60. Rick Bonus is 71 years old. I hope
had to see his face, though. I mean, he looks like he's holding back a lot of emotion, like he's boiled over.
It looks like he's trying not to say the F word 1,000 times over.
It looks like he's went past that point of mad to, yeah.
You got a 71-year-old head coach there who he's letting it happen. Okay, what have we said about Todd Monkin here over the first couple of months that he's been with the team? Boy, he really lets it out there, doesn't he? Okay. We'll find out. Like, he's going to be a barometer for the culture of what this team. That's part of the reason I'm talking about who I'm talking about at number 24. Like, he's going to be a barometer for the culture because Todd Monkin has no time to waste and no time to sit there and go, well, in 2026 and 27 we can do it. No. He owes it to himself to be as open and honest as possible, and that is. If things don't go well this year, and not a lot of people are thinking they're going to go well, that could definitely be a clip we're playing from our own head coach.
So, like, you'll never hear anything like that. In the NBA, where it's a players' league, you'll just never hear that because the coaches are considered totally interchangeable.
Unless they know that they're getting fired, and they don't care.
And then in football, you don't hear it from 99% of the coaches unless they're real secure in their job or whatever. Like, Andy Reid could get away with that. I still don't think you would hear that. But you don't hear that in the NFL because there's a proper way to conduct your press conferences. And when there's a Rex Ryan that gets a little loose and has a little fun and silly, The minute you lose, you're out of there. In the NHL, I think these guys have no problem saying this stuff.
But I think if you had a roster full of guys that you don't think deserve to be on the roster, you might hear that a little more. I think a lot of people don't want to rub players the wrong way, right?
You're right.
Because on a 53-man roster, there's no way that some of them aren't coming back.
Well, yeah, but I mean, because you could get at this point, if you're Todd Monkin, you don't care. You wouldn't care. Oh, I'm gonna upset Miles. Whatever. You're here forever if we want you to. That doesn't matter. I know what you put out on social media. I don't care about rubbing you the wrong way. Again, I hope it doesn't end up this way. I hope that there's plenty of good press conferences, but that is spoken like a man who is at his wit's end and is challenging these grown professional men personally and publicly, but personally. And I'm telling you, we're all excited about Todd Monkin, and you know what? That would be, if the season goes the way a lot of fans think it's going to go, which I think it could be a little bit better than what we think it's going to be, but you guys know me. If it goes the way a lot of people think it's going to go, that's going to be music to your ears. That's because that's part of the problem here. You can't deny that. 216-474-0092. Is Andrew Berry listening to me? After you hear my plan for the Browns, you're going to decide whether you really want him to or not. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, and major controversy coming up in 5 minutes, as well as certified ball knowers only at 9:20 on the Fan.
for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up in 20 minutes, certified ball knowers only. The person giving out their certification, I don't know if you could really agree with them, but either way, certified.
Ball knower.
Lots of ball knowledge. Lots of knowledge here.
And already just 2 games in the books. They're playing games. They technically don't count towards the playoff stats.
Mm-hmm.
But they also don't count as regular season stats.
Dayton?
They should be. You know what? That would be great. Dayton should just have basketball year-round in that facility. Anyway, already I'm picking up on things that maybe the lay person might not pick up. So I'm going to do my best to educate people at the station if need be. Other casuals who are coming in. This is just the right time. We gave away Cavs tickets already for the opener. Maybe we gave them away to casuals. Hey, the bandwagon, there's room. Let's jump on, because Jason Lloyd came on earlier today and said, would not be stunned if this Cavs team goes to the NBA Finals. He also said he wouldn't be stunned if they lost in the first round. Oh, he said second round, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He said it'd be a street fight with the Pistons.
It will be. And they've been in literal street fights.
The Pistons?
Yeah.
Oh, beef stew. I mean, good God. Even on his off hours, he's probably getting in fights out there.
But we all know where the original Boiler Room Brawl took place, right?
Here in Cleveland.
Over at the Gun.
That's right, brother. That's right. That is correct. Also coming up at 9:45, just because he doesn't have the last name you like doesn't mean that we should go on ripping on this young man. More on that coming up at 9:45. So I gave my plan for the Browns. I got excited because when you finally reach a plan that you think you believe in, you get excited for. Now, this said doesn't mean because it's my plan doesn't mean the rest of you are idiots. I hate that we do that in the draft for the most part. And I hate that we do that in this draft because I think we need to be open-minded to everything. Like, I got turned into a draft Jeremiah Love at number 6 guy. I'm like, I didn't say draft Jeremiah Love at number 6. I said I was open-minded to it because he's a hell of a football player. We need good football players. I'm open-minded to it. I also know the Browns just won't do that. I don't believe – I'd be shocked if the Browns – I think that they're more apt to go get, like, Reuben Bain at number 6 overall than they would be to get Jeremiah Love at number 6 overall. So that being pointed out, I'm not dumping on just about anybody's ideas. Like, I know, I'll tell you this, the closest I come to dumping on an idea, Mary Kay yesterday, we'll have her on coming up tomorrow at 8:20. Mary Kay yesterday had said that anything could happen. She wouldn't even be surprised if they traded up. I go, boy, Andrew Berry better have a damn good reason for trading up. Like, Fernando Mendoza must not be being taken number 1 overall. That's why you need to trade up if you're Andrew Berry. Because in this draft, no. But I think she was just talking, saying anything is possible. That's what she meant. We'll have more chance to clarify that coming up at 8:20 tomorrow. So I got to make my decision, and I made my decision. I'm going to go at number 6. I'm going to go Carnell Tate. At number 24, I'm going to go Blake Miller. The first reason I'm going to go for Carnell Tate, and I'm going to go to reverse of what I usually do, is because if all these good wide receivers are going to be off the board, then I'm going to take what I feel is the best one at number 6 overall. If he's there, I'd like to take him. Albert Breer, he seems to agree. This is him on Afternoon Drive yesterday.
I think Tate's just like the most well-rounded guy. He's the one when you look at him, like, he's a good route runner. He's tough, really good kid, really football smart, like has a lot of the things that you're looking for. And you're not really compromising much with him outside of the speed. The speed might bother you a little bit, but he's shown an ability to make plays downfield. So he plays faster than maybe he times. Whereas, with Tyson, you've got a million questions when it comes to injuries. And Tyson's interesting because the way I've heard him described pretty commonly by NFL people is he's a 6'2" guy who moves like he's 5'10", really great route runner, but not as tough as you might like. And again, you got the injury question. And then with Lemon's got all the toughness in the world. He's a really good all-around receiver, very polished. But the question is he just a slot? So Tate is the one, I think, of the guys there that, like, where you probably have the fewest questions. Good size, good toughness, good length, good speed, not great speed, really good route runner, really good kid, really good football IQ. I'd say it's probably not one thing more as much as it is like the amount of boxes that he checks.
So I'm more worried about the other wide receivers than I am about Carnell Tate. So I'll take Carnell Tate at number 6 overall. At 24 overall, I'm going to take Blake Miller. I think he's got great length. I think he's got a tremendous attitude. He was a team captain for the Clemson Tigers. That's confirmed. I know that he played right tackle in college, and I want to stick him over at left tackle. Well, Kenny, why do you want to do that? If you played 4 years of right tackle before and you played 4 years of left tackle before, you can play either tackle. I think both tackles are more important now because eventually you're going to get to a point. We're going to get to it next year, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, who goes into 2027, Deshaun Watson. Probably not a great chance either one of them. Let's be serious with each other, right? So you're probably going to be looking at a rookie quarterback in 2027. What do quarterbacks have that they usually didn't have back in the day? They have mobility, and they want to climb back. They want to drop back in the pocket a couple of steps, climb up in the pocket, escape left, escape right. So that means I need a good left tackle and a good right tackle. Well, you got Titus Howard there. You traded for him, and you're paying him money. So Titus Howard's going to be over there at the right tackle spot. What can I do over the left tackle spot? I just think Blake Miller is going to be a more solid football player than all the other names that are brought up there at 24. And I understand that they've brought some of those names in there for a top 30 visit. It's just my personal opinion. If the Browns do it a different way, fine. But I think it would be better to go Carnell Tate at number 6. And then if they have a differing opinion, they're the pros, I'm not, then fine, go ahead and take a tackle. Because I think you have more depth and more quality at the tackle position, at the offensive line positions, in plural, center and guard. I think you have more depth and more quality to find at the back end of the first rounds in round 2 and round 3, and there's still some good projects there on day 3 that I think that we could find, than I think you're going to find with the wide receivers. When we get to 24, when it comes to the wide receivers, I start to hear about things like hands and all that other stuff that just scare me away from these guys. So I'll take Carnell Tate, best all-around wide receiver. Maybe he's not going to end up being Jerry Rice. Who is? I know we want that out of number 6 overall. It's not that type of draft. I'll take a guy that I know that I think is going to be a really good wide receiver, going to make the fans happy. He played down the road. You'd know who he is. You watched him on Saturday. You'll still bring people to the stadium to go see him. Hopefully it'll help out your offense. And then I could take a guy like Blake Miller, and I really do firmly believe I could put him over there at left tackle and have him start from week 1. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for starters. Now, I know Caleb Lamu's there. Maybe that's another option for a lot of people since he's more of a pure left tackle. Fine. If you want to go ahead and do that, fine. I just know what I like. I like Blake Miller. I would take Blake Miller. And it had nothing to do because I wanted to make sure you didn't say it first off, and you didn't because you didn't know that he's from Strongsville. He does happen to be from here. If you know my track record, you know I've kind of gone the other way when guys are from here, at least when it comes to quarterback. Mitch Trubisky and obviously Drew Aller. No offense to that young man and his family. I just don't think we're the right place for him right now.
If this were any other draft, I'd say, Kenny, this is very poor allocation of resources and value. And what I mean by that is normally you can flip it and get the receiver later in the first round that still has a chance to be maybe the best receiver in the draft, but you've got to take the offensive lineman because the lineman is not going to be available after the teams in the NFL make the run that are ahead of you online. Like I would say this is a poor allocation of the resources you have, and this is not the way to build a football team.
Well, I'm just under the guys that we can't trade down.
But in this draft, I kind of think it has to be the inverse. And I think you're right. And I think they might have to take the wide receiver at number 6 overall and come back and try to get that offensive lineman later. Now, you're playing with fire. Would you be at all open to a trade up in case you're sitting there going, oh, no, the offensive lineman we desperately need might not be there?
If we're at 24, am I just giving up picks in 2026?
Yeah,
it is 2026. I'd be open to it. Depends on who. If you really like a guy, then fine, go ahead. But if it comes down to like Caleb Lemieux or Blake Miller at number 24 and you're sitting there at 21, I guess both could come off the board before you, and that could really screw you.
Just depending on how the board looks and the other teams. See, this is what we don't really think about as we're maybe not so you because you do the draft show every year. I'm more of a draft casual, right? I don't really know the needs.
You got playoff basketball to pay attention to. I've got playoff basketball,
but I don't know all the specific needs of every team and where they are at with their salary cap and with their draft picks and what their situation is in terms of turning over the offensive line. I know the whole league seems like it needs as many offensive linemen as possible. It's not just the Browns that are in that boat. I mean, hell, the Texans did it the year earlier. They went 5 in, 5 out offensive lines. You've seen more teams amenable to that.
Yeah.
But that's what Andrew Berry and his team has to be on top of. what other teams ahead of you could go offensive line that are in a desperate spot, and then who's going to even be available. And so you have to take all that into consideration.
Well, I think there's plenty of teams that if they just want quality as a starter in the first round, they could go offensive line, and I think we could end up getting still a guy who's going to be a good player. This is why I'm still going wide receiver. We get a good player. I just don't know if we're going to get a day one starter. Like I think Lemieux, and I'm not. You can tell, guys, I'm not farting at anybody who says Caleb, but if you take either one of those guys, I do think you can start them week one. Because I've asked people, and it's been a resounding no, and maybe I need to ask again. At 24 overall, do you have to take a day one starter? And if they're not ready to go, they're not ready to go. I'm playing the long game here, but it seems that fans are just not going to accept a guy who can't start week one. So I think that he can start week one. I think either one can. 216-474-0092. Well, I want to ask you guys this. Yeah, I want to ask you guys this. Is this a plan that you hope Andrew Berry's listening to, or do you hope this is a plan you hope Andrew Berry is, listening to Kenny Loggins or Kenny G or Kenny Crumpton? I have no idea. Do you just hope that Andrew's not hearing this segment right now? 216-474-0092. I want to ask you guys that, and certified ball knowers only, as we get you ready for the Cavs and Toronto Raptors coming up on Saturday on The Fan.
XTENDAV.com. Extend.
number 8 seed out west. Listen to The Fan and Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
We are very close to certified ball knowers only. Also, don't go crazy on the young man just because you don't like the last name on the back of the jersey. Maybe it's a Stephen Vogt loss. I'm going to ask you that at 9:45, all right? There's some people bringing it up. Might be a hell of a point. I have somebody who agrees with me. Let me get to Ike in Cleveland. Hello, Ike.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Ike,
Morning.
thank you very much. Go right on ahead and agree with me.
Yeah, I think taking Carnell Tate at 6 is kind of a no-brainer. He ran the damn near same speed as JSN in the 40. We see what JSN just did for the Seahawks, no matter who's throwing on the ball. So I think Carnell Tate at 6 is kind of a no-brainer. Then after that, you take the best tackle, right tackle that's going to left tackle, because we all know that's what's left. Miller or Burke, pretty cool at 6'9".
Yeah, I like the, Ike, I feel the same way. And obviously, I mean, we agree with each other. See, this is where I'm at on it, though, is let me say this real quick. I have to challenge my guardrails personally because I don't know how long you've listened to this station. You listened to the station for a long time, Mike?
Yeah, I'm always tuned in.
Okay. So I've always been offensive line first, inside out.
Yeah, that whole left tackle, right tackle thing, I'm not a fan of it either, but it's like it's not like we asking cornerback to wide receiver like Travis Hunter. He was worked out, you know what I mean? But
exactly,
that's all we got.
I don't know, and I thank you for the call because I feel the same way. Like you got to look at it in this sense. I'm not trying to overcorrect situations. I have been staunchly against moving positions. I think it's a hard thing to do. Guys got to be willing to do it. This guy has switched positions already. That's why I like Blake Miller. Okay? He was a left tackle he started when he's 14 years old at Strongsville, okay? He plays left tackle, and you could say, well, he's the best lineman you have. You're going to put him at left tackle. Clearly, yes. But you play 4 years at one position. You're playing D1 football. You're playing against good competition there. Okay, this is Ohio. You go down to Clemson. You switched over to right tackle. Both positions are very important in today's offenses. I'll be quick. I know we want to get the certified ball knowers. Both positions are just as important now because we're looking at different quarterbacks than what we ever have. I think that you could take this guy and you could put him right over there at left tackle. All right? I don't want to pigeonhole a guy just because he plays left tackle. He's played left tackle before. I think I can do it. I think I have a higher ceiling with him than I would have with Caleb Lamo. Okay? I think we can do that. Now, I can't guarantee it because it's all a crapshoot. This ain't a great draft, and it's still a guessing game no matter what. But I think I can do that with him. He has the attitude. He has the talent. I think his hands will be decent. I do think he lunges a little bit. I think he'd tell you that. But this guy has everything else that you'd possibly want in an offensive lineman. And I think he's a guy who can help change your culture. You need young guys to change this culture for this football team. Some of these guys, like, I hate to say it, I mean, Miles, you're looking in the wrong place. Miles, great guy, okay? Great in the community. But Miles is also, I mean, I wonder if he's gotten used to losing here. And so you need young guys to help change this. Because I can't keep looking in Miles' direction, especially because every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there wants to talk about trading the guy. So I can't look in his direction all the time. I got to look at other guys who are going to help bring this thing along, because eventually you are going to get a quarterback here. It probably ain't going to go well for Shedeur or Deshaun Watson. Let's call it what it is. So you probably are going to get a quarterback here, and that guy's got to know it's not just on you. It's on us. Okay? It can't just be, I cannot do the same mistake that I had with Baker where it's just all on you and you got to deal with it. And even he had Jarvis Landry. Who's a tough player and a good leader. But it can't just be all on that kid. Whoever takes over at quarterback, who's playing college this fall, who's probably in a spring game either last weekend, this weekend, or next weekend. Like, you can't do it that way. So I need guys who I think are going to be leaders and culture changers and guys who obviously can start and play at a high level. That's where I'll leave it. And obviously, Carnell Tate goes without saying. Certified ball knowers only. You have the floor. I acquiesce to you.
Well, I guess this came up yesterday on the afternoon show. Someone was getting worked up that I was using the term ball knower. And it part of it is, Kenny, you know me. I don't want to ever be condescending in how I talk about a game that I want to grow and to spread and to help people understand it as much as possible.
What do you mean someone?
Well, it was Nick. It was Nick Wilson.
Oh, and here's what it sounded like.
I think Lima's you don't know ball turn that he's done in the last 7 days, I think he's scared. I think he is scared crapless because
what's
he has
scared
been – because I think he doesn't really believe in this team. I think somewhere along the way, Lima started to realize that he went so hard in the paint that if you have any criticism on the Cavs, that you're somehow being a bad Cavs fan or the big, only good vibes. And then he kind of bounced back and forth between criticizing the Cavs and not criticizing the Cavs. And then it said you couldn't criticize. And then it said they should lose. I think he's now doubling down on his, well, no. If you criticize the Cavs, you just don't know ball. And it's like, okay, or, that's not really how sports talk or being a fan works. Like if my friend goes, man, I don't think the Cavs are going to be able to do it in the playoffs. I'm not like, man, you don't know ball. It just feels like something you would do if you were maybe a little desperate to try and get yourself over because you've kind of wedged yourself into good vibes only and all that. I feel like I've been pretty consistent on the Cavs. Eastern Conference Finals or bust, right? Don't know if they're going to get there. Would love it if they did. But you know what? Either way, guys, I want everyone to know. Jonathan, you know ball.
So this was sent to me yesterday, and Nick seems to have a little bit of an issue grappling with the things that I've said, and he thinks they're all counterintuitive when I think I've been I was in agreement with him. I said it's pretty much Eastern Conference Finals or bust, and yes, they should lose to secure a better pathway.
Oh, I agree with that.
So
yeah.
I don't know.
I agree with that.
It didn't sound like we have some massive disagreement there.
No.
And I also think the Cavs, who have the 5th best championship odds, I think people should be excited about the playoffs. That's all I've said. I've been consistent. I did drop them down. He said it was a flip-flop. I thought they were going to be the Eastern Conference representatives until I saw Jason Tatum return. And I amended that. We've gone over that to death. But I am a little concerned because I don't want I mean this. I don't want to come off like I am talking down to the audience. So if Nick thinks I'm talking down to him, I don't want to do that at all.
You mean about this or in general?
In general on hoops. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Oh, like you're telling the audience they don't know ball?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Now, there are going to be times where I have to break things down and help people understand the differences between the regular season and the playoffs. For instance, Owen, yesterday, as you know, I was really knee deep into the play-in game. And we are off to a sensational start. The play-in games were awesome last night, and I was locked in. I was locked in as much as could be. And I noticed it was already obvious from the moment that game started between Charlotte and Miami that there was a playoff intensity.
Really?
And so people will ask, well, how is it different? How are the playoffs different from the regular season? And so I can help educate people. If that's talking down to them, I'll do my best to try to.
Well, when you tell somebody you're going to educate them, it sounds
I'll dumb it down.
I guess I don't know.
I don't want to be too difficult when it comes down to this. But Miami on every possession, and you wouldn't see this in the regular season game. This is a distinct difference you'll see between the regular season and the playoffs. So Davion Mitchell had the ball in his hands a lot for Miami. Bam was out with an early injury in that game.
Oh, because he got yanked by LaMelo Ball.
So Miami said, we are going to target some of these weak perimeter defenders for the Hornets, and we're going to do it on every possession. And so that's why Davion Mitchell, if you look at the box score, you'll see 24 shots. Why would a guy of that nature take 24 shots? Well, they would do so because they're going to try to take advantage of some of the weaknesses that they thought the Hornets would have. Con Knipple got benched in that game. That wouldn't happen in the regular season.
I didn't know that.
You would have to do that. It's the playoffs. You have to operate in a different manner. But I feel like everybody should know that if they're if they're able to pick up on some of the cues on how the playoffs are different from the regular season.
What the hell?
The more you ball know.
I didn't know if you liked that one or if you wanted this one.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, wait, I've got another option.
Well, I like number 2.
What the hell? I like the first one. I still like the first one.
Oh, wait a minute. If you don't
There's
know ball,
another?
maybe you like this one.
You don't know ball.
What is that?
It's a choir of people.
Where did that come from?
Oh, found it.
Did you pay these people to go into a studio? Did you do a recording session?
Well, it's clearly a choir of people.
You don't know ball.
Was that you and John singing in the background?
Well, it was me. I was there at the session.
Did you? Well, people later than others. Do you have sheet music?
You don't know ball.
Did you go through the singing vocal exercises
But
beforehand?
what if somebody knows ball? You can't just tell anybody they don't know ball.
Ball knower, ball knower, ball knower, ball knower, ball knower,
Lots of
ball
ball
knower,
knowledge.
ball knower.
Lots of knowledge here.
I think that when you listen to people, you can kind of learn very early on their level of ball knowing. And so when somebody might not understand, the intricacies of how the playoffs operate, for instance, like we're going to be paying attention to the minutes that these guys play. Because in the regular season, you might look at a collection of box scores and be concerned about, some tendencies of a coach. Like I heard people talk about Kenny Atkinson's rotations.
Yes.
And wait a second, why are we going so small? And I'm like, well, they don't have Dean Wade available. Well, they only have their backup center. They only have one of them, and your starting center might be in foul trouble. Come playoff time, you throw all that stuff out the window, and you're going to see Donovan Mitchell's minutes are going to go up. Like he might be averaging 32, 33 minutes in a regular season game. Guess what? If it's a 2-possession game in the playoffs, Donovan Mitchell's going to play 40 minutes. He's going to play 40 minutes in every single playoff game if they are close games. These are just things you have to remind people of.
You remind yourself
if they're not used to playoff basketball. And so you shrink, the rosters down a little bit.
How does a caller show you that they're a ball knower?
You can normally detect within a couple of sentences some key phrases. Somebody who doesn't know ball might say something like, they don't play any defense in the NBA. That would be you'd be able to seize on that pretty quickly.
You don't know ball.
Yeah, you'd be able to. Actually, sounds like Nick is in there.
Whoa.
One of the voices.
I don't know. This is a choir I found.
Do we want to put it to the test?
Yeah, let's go. Let's find out.
All right, Denise in Cleveland Heights. Hello, Denise.
Hi.
Hi, Denise. Go right on ahead.
Listen, I have a different perspective. In this city, I don't understand fan base in this city. In this city, the Guardians, they have to make the playoffs every year. And if they make the playoffs, ho-hum, no big deal. The Cavs make the playoffs almost every year. Ho-hum, no big deal. But the Browns win 3 games, 2 seasons in a row. And everybody acts like, they're either in the Super Bowl or it's doom and gloom and the world is coming to an end. The reason I think that the Browns don't do well is because they're not required to in this town. We accept whatever they put on the field. We accept how many games they win or lose. And they're not expected to do what we require the other 2 professional teams
Well,
to do.
I would have to say.
She sounds like she knows ball.
She's a certified ball knower. Second of all, I don't think it's as much as the fans. I think it's the system that they play in. Because I tell you what, Denise, I'm at the stadium a lot for all those home games. Excuse me. I'm at the stadium for every one of those home games. There's a lot of orange in the stadium.
Congratulations on all your success.
At the end of the season. This is a big answer here. Denise, thank you very much for the call. The first 2, people have faith in. When you do better, more is expected. Seriously, I'll do the 3 sons analogy. I got 3 sons. If I got one that's a bleeping dunce and he comes home with a C, yeah, that's going on the fridge. If I got a kid who's getting straight, I'm serious. If I got a kid who's got straight A's, I expect more out of you. The Guardians and Cavs, A's and B's, I expect more out of you. That's why we're having this fight over the Cavs.
Ken's analogies have been spectacular.
But with the Browns, We love the Browns. We can't believe they can't get out of their own way. It's a football area. I can't change that. In fact, I'm probably one of the people that perpetuate it because I am a football guy. Ask Stephen Vogt. But it's not an excuse for the Browns. The Browns' excuse comes from their TV deal. The Guardians and Cavs have to be ticket-driven to some level. Not as much the Cavs, but certainly the Guardians. So there is a direct correlation, whether I want to admit it or not, and whether I like saying it or not. There's a direct correlation. With the Browns, I mean, we've said it a bunch of times. It's not you who's letting the Browns get away with acting goofy. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Season ticket people are canceling. You're talked about, you were the one who mentioned the people canceling. I get a bunch of emails all the time. I do think that'll change when they start to win. But when you get $300 million plus just before you even open the gates from your television deal, what are you going to do? It's not the fans. It's not the city. We love to blame each other. No. No. They're talking about putting Deshaun Watson on the field. You guys are cussing all the time over the Browns. You guys will cuss out the Browns at the drop of a hat. And I've said this a million times over. The people who bring this up about me and the Browns, I go, guys, I've said meaner things about the Browns 10 times more than I've said about the other two teams in town because they've deserved it more than the other two teams in town. I've been meaner to the Browns about the other two teams easily.
But I think the caller, she was referring to...
I just don't like fans. No offense to her. I'm not demeaning her. I just don't like it when fans blame each other for the foibles of the Browns.
Well, I think what we're really doing is we're blaming the ones that are more outspoken about every team because I do think the majority of people just like all three teams. And come playoff time, there's an excitement level. And we should share in that because there have been a lot of years in my life where teams had no shot to make the playoffs, even with expanded playoff fields. So I do think there should be some level of embracing this time of the year. And I know we got to go, but it's like halfway through the Browns year, there were people kind of sizing up, hey, is there a chance we could still make a playoff run if this goes our way, this goes our way? Meanwhile, in the other sports, we get to the end of the year, we're at the doorstep of the playoffs, and people are like, ho-hum, wake me up if we're in the NBA Finals or in the World Series. I'm like, that's not how this works. That's not how, and this is where I will talk down to people.
It's the human condition. It's the American.
There should be excitement. We wait all year to get to this part of the season where it's win or go home.
You are right.
You should have some level of excitement.
That is correct, but I can't help Americans acting American. We are raised this way. We are always wanting more. You get some success, you always want more. You always want more. And so, yeah, when the Browns have success, like I told you, you don't want to believe me, they are very critical of the Bills up there in Buffalo. And for 17 years, you wouldn't have believed that because they were just praying to get there. Now they've been there. And someday, by God, God willing, praying that the Browns will be that way. The other two teams are like that. So they, sometimes unfairly get held to a higher standard. Coming up in 5 minutes, let's not go crazy on this young man. Speaking about one of those other two teams, let's not go crazy on this young man just because his last name isn't the last name you want playing middle infield for the Cleveland Guardians. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on The Fan.
3-2 hit on the ground to second. Burrito has it go through him. And the Cardinals are still alive on the air above the second baseman. That goes to the backstop, and now the tying run is in scoring position. And the 2-0. Pozo with a line drive base hit right center field. That'll tie the game. It goes all the way to the wall. He's into second base now with a winning run. Oh, boy.
Audio courtesy of Guards TV. That sucked.
We got into it earlier in the show on whether this was the worst loss of the year.
Keith
called up. Owen said it was the blowout with Tanner Bybee.
Well, if you missed a moment in the show, you can always use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app. It's free, by the way. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. And I said, well, it's got to be on Juan Brito. You know, I don't want to beat the guy up for it because his name's not Travis Bazzana. So because his name's not Travis Bazzana, people are want to go Bazzanas over Juan Brito booting a ball. Sorry, I can't do it like Owen. People are going nuts. And I would say rightfully so. It wasn't like he did it on purpose. It's early in the season. I am making a bunch of excuses because I wouldn't want to be in that situation. Kate Smith, I'm sorry, I understand. He threw one in the dirt after that. Then he gives up a single. Then it's over. I'm treating him like Andre Schmidt. I'm treating him like a guy like, hey, we're going to have to go through some growing pains here. Yes.
I saw quite a few, this is a Stephen Vogt loss.
Well, that's another thing.
And it was because, Schneemann started the game at second, and they moved him to the outfield. They brought Brito in. David Fry came in and pitch hit, and then they left him behind the plate. And, so when Cade throws one into the ground, you've got a guy who hasn't caught in years back there behind the plate again, who I honestly forgot he was a catcher. I'm just so used to. Well, he had the arm problem, right? So they moved him to first because his bat was hot 2 years ago.
I can see that.
And then last year he didn't even play for half the year, and then came back and only hit. Right? Mm-hmm. He would get one hit a game, and then they'd have to pull him out.
Yep, I can see that.
Totally forgot.
I could see why you forgot. I mean,
and you had Austin Hedges sitting on the bench.
We're sitting there talking a whole bunch about Austin Hedges.
The best hitter on the team by average.
Yes.
Well, currently.
It was Andrew Zellman, the publisher, brought that up on social media with me. I don't want to put it on Cade Smith as much. Like, yeah, you're the pitcher. You threw the one in the dirt. But I still need to remain patient with you. Because I think you were thrust into this situation because your old closer might end up doing 65 years in federal prison. Just a wild sentence to say out loud. It's just unbelievable.
Sometimes that happens, Ken.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes your closer ends up facing charges for federal prison. I mean, what are you going to do?
Happens to the best of them.
Yeah. Mariano Rivera, at one point, 100 years in federal prison. It happens. Sometimes they get away with something. Anyway, so he was thrust into that role, Cade Smith was. And now you're going to have to deal with it like we've dealt with Andre Schmidt. And yes, the Andre Schmidt debacle week one, where I called for him to be cut, and then he ended up looking like he's going to be the next Phil Dawson for us. Yeah, it does have some residual feelings, and one's a different sport. I get that. But we're going to have to be a little bit patient with this guy. A lot of us wanted this for him. A lot of us were ready to make that move even before Emmanuel Clase faced 65 years in federal prison. Okay? You don't want to remember that. I do. A lot of us were thinking about that move before. That being pointed out, you're always wondering when the shoe's going to drop with a closer. But it did shake him, did mess things up. Juan Brito's got to come up with that baseball. And yeah, you know what? Stephen Vogt might have to make a better decision. But at the same time, I kind of go with what Jason said. Pros got to be pros. And it's a good thing that it's only April 14th when that goes down yesterday and not October. Because I think this can be an October team. When Jose Ramirez is hitting 200, I know he had a home run last night. When Jose Ramirez is hitting 200 and everybody's finding a way to pick up the slack. I mean, Kyle Manzardo, I'm glad they made that a hit yesterday. Kyle Manzardo's hopefully starting to come around. He was 2 for 4 yesterday. When those guys are cold, and you're still getting Angel Martinez, Schneemann's just wonderful, just a wonderful utility player. When you're getting help from even Brian Rocchio, who's not the strongest hitting player ever, Austin Hedges hitting 350 to start out this year, you're getting a lot of help from places you didn't think you were going to get help from. And when I have another performance where Joey Cantillo goes out, gives up 2 solo home runs, but battles through and gives you a chance to win, this is a good ball club. This is a good ball club that I take seriously. Yeah, yesterday sucked. It's a bad feeling. I liked Owen's point. I could see Owen's point about the 13-1 loss because it was Bybee who got blown up. That's supposed to be your number one, even though I don't think many Cleveland fans believe that he's the number one. I think they'd go with Gavin Williams.
That's why we said today is a must-win game.
Might need to be a must-win.
Got to get this series back after you had it. 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. You had the series won. Now you got to win today. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Need you. Slate Ciccone needs a good outing. I thought things were going well until the 6th inning on Friday night, and then holy wah. We're back tomorrow, 6 to 10, 8:20 tomorrow. Mary Kay. It will be a bonanza of conversation. I want to see what she thinks about my plan for the Browns in the draft. We're back tomorrow, 6 to 10. Have a wonderful day, my friends. Go Gardos. Get a win today. Let's finish this series off. Win it.
You don't know ball. You don't know ball. You don't know ball. You just don't know ball. Man, you don't know ball.
Hey.
Sounds good. Where's your entourage now?
Cool.